great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
This conference is catered to addressing the housing deficit and helping us to seize some of the opportunities that we have present.
BusinessDay Media Limited held its annual property investment conference Pre-Invest on the 14th of March. The conference brought together stakeholders, investors, policymakers, and innovators to unlock Nigeria's $900 billion real estate market and address the opportunities, challenges, growth, and future of the industry. This year's edition is themed The Future of Real Estate, harnessing demographics, urbanization, and opportunities amid economic shift. Business Day's publisher, Frank Ibohun, delivered a notable welcome address, emphasizing that the real estate sector is no longer just evolving, but redefining the future of Nigeria's non-oil economy.
The real estate sector is not defined by just the data, the GDP data that we talk about or that we hear about. The real estate sector is more crucial, more vital than any data can suggest. Following a recent gross domestic product rebasing by the National Bureau of Statistics, your sector was adjudged to have surpassed the energy sector, the oil and gas sector, to become the third contributor to economic development in Nigeria.
According to PwC 2024 report, the real estate is now one of Africa's most dynamic sectors, with a market value projected to exceed $900 billion by 2030.
The influx of unqualified practitioners is a major challenge confronting the real estate industry within Nigeria, and especially in Lagos State. And this has negatively impacted the sector's credibility and growth. With Lagos State being a reflection of Nigeria's urbanization and also one of the fastest growing urban areas in the world economically, the increasing demand for residential, commercial, and industrial properties has given rise to fraudulent practices such as multiple allocations of the same property to different tenants, inflated rent prices, and substandard construction projects. These issues not only discourage investors, but also pose a serious threat to public trust and investor confidence as key elements of property investment in the sector. In Lagos State, we are committed to transforming the real estate industry. As we continue to regulate and professionalize the sector, I urge all stakeholders, investors, developers, and real estate professionals to advocate for ethical practices and also register with the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority to enhance regulation and credibility, as well as foster an environment where real estate investments can thrive safely and sustainably.
The conference captured various solid panel sessions with reputable industry giants.
Government does not have lands anymore. And this has brought creative things. What is our JVs that we do? We partner with families who have family lands, but don't have the means to develop it. And we share the apartments. When I say land is not available, I'm talking about vacant land. Lands are occupied. And we have a major regeneration agenda for Lagos State.
We also got a chance to speak to some of the speakers, and they shared their submissions.
One of the key issues with housing is just the cost. The cost of construction is high. The cost of financing is high. The interest rates from our financial institutions are high, and all that adds to the problem of affordability. So in order to resolve that problem, there needs to be policies in place to, number one, address the issue of high cost of building materials. So import substitution, local production and development of the value chain materials will bring down the cost.
Fortunately, in Nigeria, capturing data is, an ordeal, but that is the only thing that is going to actually allow us to understand where we're going as a nation, as an industry, as a market, and capturing that data, whether you're talking about the private sector and individually as real estate companies capturing data in a CRM, or the government capturing data from a survey perspective, data is the only trend that we need to know about to be able to capture the opportunity that's currently wide open in the market.
99.9% of houses and properties that I see being built disobey the fundamental laws of building. There isn't the infrastructure or the manpower to regulate all these buildings. If I am going to build and invest my money in building, I will pay for the consultants. I will let them do their work and I will listen to them. But then maybe because I am educated and myself, I am a consultant, I cannot tell you the number of people who will not pay for consultancy. And I sit and I listen and I watch them. Most builders now, if you say to them, did you put in a dam-proof course? They don't even know what it means. Meanwhile, we have rising damp. We are a city that is, barely a foot above sea level. So the fault isn't the government. There's enough legislation with the government, and anybody who wants to do the right thing can do the right thing without waiting for government to come and enforce the right thing.
Construction is not an easy job. You have to be competent when you are doing it. If you don't have the competence, employ the competent hand, the project manager, the cost adjuster, the cost people, the country surveyors, the engineers. They must be properly in place. When they are in place, then you get your housing off ground quickly.
The conference was able to capture some of the major challenges that the real estate sector currently faces, with solutions suggested by the speakers present. Attendees also had opportunities to get answers to their questions. Since inception, the Business Day Property Investment Conference, PRINVEST, has become a crucial tool for insightful deliberations on the future of Nigerian real estate industry, and the organizers remain unrelenting in making sure that the conference continues to address the needs of the masses.
Please allow me welcome you to the Business Day Talent Management Conference for 2025. This conference is important because Nigeria is home to one of the world's youngest populations, hardworking, talented, with lots of potential that holds promise for national growth. But what we see these days is we have companies talking more about KPIs and less about people being inspired to work, and we need to have these conversations. Research shows that 74% of employees come to work feeling disengaged. No one wants to come to work feeling like it's a Monday. I'm sure I'm right about that. You don't want to come to work feeling like everything is all serious every day. And that's why today we've gathered CEOs, we've gathered HR professionals, we've gathered policymakers and wellness advocates like yourself, all under this roof to discuss the billion-dollar question of how we can turn well-being into a winning strategy. Today, we are completely flipping the script with bold ideas on wellness, engagement, and leadership that actually works. And that's why you all here really matter to us. So whether you're a CEO, you're an HR professional, or you're just here for the coffee and the big ideas, you are in the right room. My name is Elizabeth Musa. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm a professional compere, and today, importantly, I'm going to be your MC. Before I leave, can I ask you a question? I believe everyone here is a HR professional, HR enthusiast, someone that just wants things to work. Can you ask the person closest to you, how are you really doing? The traffic, the situation, how are you doing? There's a lot going on right now. All right, thank you all for being here. Please put your hands together for yourselves. All right, before I leave, I'd like to please bring up on stage for the welcome address the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Aigbogun, as he comes up for the welcome address. Please put your hands together. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure to welcome you all this morning to our conference. I'm told that our special guest of honor, Professor Bayomi, will be joining us in less than 10 minutes. But we thought it would be good to get started so that when he comes, then he can just flow with us, as we do not desire to keep you here for longer than we actually should. So once again, let me say good morning and welcome you warmly to today's conference. There is indeed very many reasons, good reasons, why we should be gathered this morning, just talking or having a conversation around our team. As my colleague Elizabeth has said, quite often we are tempted in our organizations to be so focused on the bottom line, and I mean the financial aspect of our bottom line. And that temptation can sometimes lead us to great difficulty. Our core interest this morning is just to look at the well-being of our people. Yes, they are talented. We seek talented people, but it's also important that we ensure that their well-being is also part of our focus. I know that there are a preponderance of HR experts in the room, and sometimes I am very appreciative of those who have a responsibility in managing the workforce of an organization. When everything is quiet, that is when we don't know, but that's when they are really doing the hard work. Once in a while, we see them helping to manage a crisis, but crises don't happen all the time. And so we don't want to think that it's only when there is a crisis that the HR people show up. They are indeed showing up when we are asleep at home. They don't sleep. When the calls come, they go to them fast. So it's very important. We are at a time in the economy where we all are quite hopeful of a turnaround. Just looking at how we are preparing to take good advantage of the recovery of the Nigerian economy. So it's a very well-timed conference and roundtable that we are having here this morning. So this talent management conference is a strategic gathering of CEOs, HR professionals, policymakers, and wellness advocates who are committed in different ways to building a resilient, productive people, having a primary focus on ensuring the well-being of our people. With 74% of Nigerian employees reportedly disengaged at work and productivity losses exceeding billions of dollars annually, the urgency to rethink talent management in our organizations has never been greater. This conference serves as a vital platform to explore how aligning employee well-being with organizational goals can unlock untapped profitability and, of course, long-term competitiveness. From practical wellness initiatives to engagement-driven leadership models, this event offers actionable insights to Nigerian businesses ready to future-proof their organization's workforce. We have invited a good number of experts who will be speaking to us here this morning. I have absolutely no doubt that for all of us who have found time to be here, that this will be a very productive session. Before I step away, I think it is important for me to acknowledge the sacrifice made by our speakers and panelists who have joined us this morning. I also would like to commend our partners and sponsors, Philips Consulting Limited, Blue Bob, Great Place to Work, and of course, Bank of Industry, that have ensured that part of the cost for today's event is fully underwritten. Once again, on behalf of Business Day, let me extend my profound welcome to you and my appreciation for your presence here this morning. Good morning and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Aibogun, for that welcome address. Without taking any more of our time, I'd like to also make welcome a seasoned executive for over 30 years. He has experience spanning leadership, strategy, and business development across multiple industries. He currently serves as the country manager for Great Place to Work in Nigeria, Kenya, and Cote d'Ivoire, where he drives growth through strategic sales, marketing, and culture building initiatives. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Mr. Otamere Elegon, is the country manager for Great Place to Work in Nigeria, Kenya, and Cote d'Ivoire.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you here today. I want to take special time to thank our partners, Business Day. We went out looking for a media partner, and happy to say we have found one in Business Day. And the beautiful thing about the fact is that Business Day is a great place to work. Our biggest challenge at the onset was to say, if they did a survey and they didn't become a great place to work, we're not certified as a, what would happen? But when they did the survey, they resoundingly, they're a great place to work. And so it's easy to have those conversations with them. We are here today to talk about employee well-being. And in putting together this presentation, the question was, what would be the appropriate topic for this? And I talked about the fact that we needed to have, or talk about the science and art of employee well-being, insights from great workplaces. It made more sense because in this room we have people who are more science inclined, we have people who are more arts inclined, and so being able to find a bridge with this presentation will be great. We are a good place to work, the global authority on the workplace culture, available around about 170 plus countries globally. For us, the reason why companies are great workplaces is the level of trust that exists in these companies. And it's not far-fetched. We are all from families. Even with blood relationships, sibling rivalries can result in problems where the trust levels are not clear. And so if you imagine that if we have blood relationships and we have rivalries and strifes, imagine what it would look like if we are in an organization where we have people from different walks of life, from different ideologies coming together. The reason why they would keep and achieve those objectives will be because they are living and building a great workplace in an environment of trust. So I have a couple of open quotes. One that says, the real voyage of discovery lies not in seeking new landscapes, but in having new eyes. Sorry? What's going on? Okay. Another one says work is fundamentally about people and their well-being. It is essential for organizational success. So I will try with this session basically to talk about how data-driven insights and real-world examples can illustrate why companies need to cultivate a good workplace culture. Looking at meaningful work management, trust, employee support, and financial security. And so why does well-being matter? We are living in very interesting times. The world is evolving. We see a lot of emphasis around. Okay. Thank you. That's better for me. Thanks a lot. Yeah, okay. World is evolving. A lot of technology issues and shifts, and technology playing a very, very great impact. AI. I was at the FIT conference. I was asked to speak on regulations around data protection and all of that. And I was saying to the team or to the conference then that beyond regulations, beyond government regulations, there's a need for self-preservation. Companies must begin to define and desire and how best to ensure that even with AI, employees are protected. And so it's so important that even in this day and age, that there is an increasing rise of employee importance globally. The idea that you are here to get the job done, you have been paid to get the job done, is off the windows. You don't have those conversations anymore to say to an employee, I paid you to do the work, just get the job done. Especially post-COVID, being able to have conversations around beyond transactions to relationships are critical to be able to get us to get the job done. We also see the impacts around well-being and productivity, engagement and retention. We know without a shadow of doubt where employees feel a sense of being part of a system, employees feel that their opinions count, employees are able and better to achieve more in terms of productivity because they feel that they are part of the system and can give their best to achieve company's objectives in an environment of trust. And data shows and points to the fact that where well-being operations exist in high levels, that companies that have these policies and practices outperform their peers. Our analysis points to the fact that employees are 200% more likely to recommend your company if they believe it is psychologically and emotionally healthy place to work. Our analysis also points to the fact that where you have a psychologically and emotionally healthy place to work, 75% of that organization is most likely to be more innovative than where a company is not psychologically and emotionally healthy place to work. And we know that innovation is key for what we do, for us to be relevant in this day and age, for us to be relevant and at cutting edge in the next 20 years, we need to be innovative. And so, for instance, our survey says, I can ask management any question or reasonable question and get a straight answer. Management is approachable. If management recognizes honest mistakes as part of doing business. You want employees who believe that management would recognize honest mistakes as part of doing business because it enables them to go above and beyond to achieve those objectives that are critical for your organization. We also see that there is a clear correlations between employee satisfaction and customer satisfaction. Employees are happy at work, they have great pride in what they do, they are able to impact and engage customers better. Customers are able to do more business with your organization. That invariably impacts on return on investments for your business. And this is a clear fact about the fact that great workplaces outperform the market that we see globally for companies that we work with. And so what is employee well-being? It's a holistic concept that includes physical, I guess that's financial, psychological, and social traits, ensuring employees feel happy, healthy, secure, and supported in their work and personal life. My apologies, that slide was a little bit cut off. And so for us, we see well-being around 6 key views, or the model looks at well-being that is interpersonal, mental, work environment, financial security, work-life balance, and fulfillment at work. So it is a science and an art, because we have data that points to the fact that where employees are happy at work, they are able to do better. Their best work is where they feel part of the organization and can contribute their quota. We're able to measure engagement levels with various surveys. Our Trust Index survey measures employee levels of engagement and satisfaction at work. For us, trust is around 5 dimensions. Is management credible? The senior leaders understand the business. They don't know what the future of the business looks like. The senior leaders embody the values that we preach. We say, for instance, that integrity is a core value, or is part of the practices that we have. Do we see it lived in the lives of leaders? We measure respect. Post-COVID, respect has become one of the most important aspects around our measurements. Employees crying out to be recognized. Employees crying out to say that they deserve to be given a fair hearing at work. We measure fairness to say the employees feel a sense of fairness at work. Do they feel that their opinions count, that management provides them an enabling environment to be successful? We measure pride. Pride is so important, and for pride, we see pride across 3 levels: personal pride, team pride, and organizational pride. And we say employees that have great pride are the ones that are best equipped to withstand competition in the market space. They're also the ones that are best equipped to meet customer needs in the market space. So science and arts, we are able to begin to define and say to us that beyond, there's a conversation around how impactful is strategy without culture, without the right culture. And so being able to see how we can manage and marry, better is a better word, marry strategy and culture will do a great work for organizations. And so our research approach, which is based on the Great Place to Work model, I talked about that, sees well-being around 5 dimensions also too: mental and emotional support, sense of purpose, personal support, financial health, and meaningful connections. This basically speaks to our model I talked about earlier on, those 5 models. At Great Place to Work, we have what is called the 9 practice areas. The 9 practice areas that leaders must have understanding around. I might not be able to fully call all of them together, but for instance, welcoming, being able to developing employees, listening is one of those most challenging areas around our 9 practice areas, being able to listen to your colleagues, being able to thank them for what they do and achieve, one of those 9 practice areas, being able to celebrate them for who they are and just being at work, a great place to work. And so for us, our trust dimensions have been helpful in connecting the dots around well-being. So in terms of respect and fairness, we're talking about mental and emotional support. Pride talks about the sense of purpose. Fairness and credibility, personal support. Fairness, financial health. Camaraderie, meaningful connections. And so we did an analysis around great workplaces in Nigeria to look at what mental and emotional support looks like. And we found out that at great workplaces, so we have our survey that is deployed to companies, employees. So for us, trust into 5 dimensions, 5 dimensions into 15 focus areas into 60 statements. So we've been able to put together some statements around mental and emotional health that speaks and supports what that entails. So for instance, our highest statement is competent to management keeping me informed. For non-great workplaces, the gap could be as high as through those holes. So we saw that with regards to mental and emotional support, people avoid politicking and backstabbing as ways to get things done. It's one of our biggest challenges in Nigeria and across Africa. Also, too, this is a psychologically and an emotionally healthy place to work. Those comments around you are paid to do the job, just get it done, are comments of the old, better ways exist in this day and age. Like we say, a good place to work. Employee work is it's a gift work. It's not a commodity that you begin to basically trade with it. It's being able to provide values around what employees do to the organization. Around sense of purpose, our highest statements were, I'm proud to tell people that I work here. Great workplaces have great pride in saying that they work in these organizations. So kudos to the teams or different teams around great workplaces being able to create great sense of pride. When employees have great sense of pride in what they do, then they're able to better engage our customers and provide the needed support in terms of achieving more returns on those sales. When I look at what we accomplished, I feel a sense of pride. Also one of those elements that we see. In terms of personal support, management keeps me informed about issues and changes. Like I mentioned earlier, for some companies, especially non-great workplaces, being kept informed, low in scores around those areas. Management is approachable. Those areas, some of those places where we see challenges. Management involves people in decisions that affect their job is something that we want to be able to see more. But because we see that employees are crying out for more responsibility in the workspace, being able to give them more responsibility and to achieve those goals and objectives makes them feel they're part of the organization and they belong to achieve those objectives in an environment of trust. Financial health is also around our scores. The highest scores was management is honest and ethical in its business practices. Promotion goes to those who deserve them, and I feel I receive a fair share of profits made by the organization, some of the challenges that we see. But like we always say, it's always a communication game around salaries. There's always a communication game around profit share, so that employees have a better understanding of what the position is for the organization. With regards to meaningful connections, our highest scores were when you join the organization, you're made to feel welcome. People are treated fairly regardless of their gender. Management recognizes honest mistakes as part of doing business. Employees would need to make some honest mistakes for us to be innovative. Employees would need to make some honest mistakes. And so we see for great workplaces, they have this as an opportunity for learning. To say, okay, this is a mistake has been made. How can we learn from it so that we can move forward? So they begin to document those mistakes with a view to hopefully being able to correct those mistakes as we go along. So we did analysis over a 4-year period. I look at those 5 drivers of employee well-being. I think this graph next on this slide provides a better understanding. It will seem that even amongst great workplaces, employee perceptions are dipping. Post-COVID, where it was lower to where it was around 2022, 2023, we begin to see a slight dip around employees' perceptions. I know the last 1 year in Nigeria has been generally quite challenging for organizations. Probably the reasons behind that dip, but something that we need to look at to ensure that this goes higher, not dip from where it was 2 years ago. And so basically with our findings, we see that our highest findings was a sense of purpose, employees having great sense of pride, but the biggest opportunities for growth around mental and financial, emotional support, financial health. And these are just scores and what they imply. We see in terms of a comparative analysis that the gap between mental health and financial support suggests that stress related to pay fairness may be affecting well-being. We know what has happened last year and in Nigeria, so I probably imagine that's one of the reasons why it's impacting. But invariably, it affects mental health, employee well-being, where you're not able to meet those basic objectives in terms of even, there's somebody, I think it was the former Minister of Information, I think Education, my apologies, that said that when the middle class is beginning to struggle, she used the word that said it's not really very good, right? And so hopefully we are able to take this back also to our various workplaces, to see how we can impact on improving employee mental health through what they take in terms of pay home for their operations. In terms of a correlation, we see correlations between personal support and employee retention. Employee retention, like I mentioned, with perceived managerial support, may be less likely to stay long term. So you might have a great employee has great levels of pride, but if we don't have support around managerial support, there's a saying that people don't leave organizations, they leave managers. And so being able to have the right support will be necessary for employees, even in these trying times. We see also correlations around employees stay because of purpose, but may leave due to financial dissatisfaction. Fair management decisions are critical factors in engagement and cooperation. Because of time, this is going to be available, and so I'm happy to share these slides after this session. Because of time, I'm going to have these quotes. I think the most profound quote I've ever heard with regards to employee engagements, employee wellness, came from Temi Dali from Sterling Bank, where she said, I was given a blank check to create and build an enabling culture that will create the limitless career opportunities for employees, which will in turn impact on the bank's growth and profitability. There are clear indices to say that when employees are better engaged, employees feel a sense of greater levels of employee well-being, that they're most likely to impact positively on the business. We also have one from our dear friends at First Bank, where we say we support mental and physical financial well-being of our employees, as we believe that they are deeply interconnected to their productivity and contributions to the sustainability of the bank. At DHL Group, we deeply care about our people and their health and well-being. Our people come first as we inspire to be a great place to work for all. A number of times we see where a company reports financial growth and they say to us, it's down to our customer strategy. There was a time I think I pointed out to Muyiwa once. I said to Muyiwa, customer strategy is people's strategy, right? So maybe we should begin to say it's down to the people's strategy that we have in place at your organization. At Great Place to Work, we are building a community of great workplaces. And we say, imagine if 50% of organizations in Nigeria are great workplaces. Imagine the number of happier employees and their families. Employees go back home excited about work because they're happy at work. They go back home and there's peace at home. Imagine the number of healthier breadwinners. Imagine the improved quality of life. Imagine the levels of employee satisfaction. Even also imagine the Nigerian economy. I would imagine we have employees that are happy at work, where it's impacting on productivity. All of that invariably will impact on the economy. And so there is a clarion call this morning to the people in this room to say that it's a charge for us that we build and improve our employee well-being. And so it's beyond just the fun of it or making them feel good. We have data that points to the fact that your company invariably will be much better. Join us now and become great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give him another round of applause. I'm sure he deserves it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Employees don't leave organizations, they leave managers. Very candid statement. I read a book probably about 17, 18 years ago of a research done in 37,000 US organizations that arrived at the same conclusion. That when people leave, 67, 68% of them leave because of their bosses. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. He said competence is driven by effective implementation, effective execution. I wanted to just take the privilege in introducing our keynote speaker this morning, the distinguished Commissioner, Professor Akin Abayomi. Now, you have a profile of the distinguished professor in the copy of the program that you are holding. And of course, you know that he is a professor of internal medicine. I wanted to just introduce him as the angel from God who helped to lead us through COVID successfully in Lagos. Let us welcome the distinguished professor. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, let me tender my apologies for coming a little bit late. There's so much happening at the same time. One has to try and multitask in multiple physical and digital dimensions. I think that the protocol has been well established, and I think we're running behind time. So let me just thank thank all of you for not only setting up this conference, but also inviting me to come and share some perspectives with you. And I can see my colleague right at the back, Larry Odushote, who, the former commissioner for energy, who made sure that I attended this conference. Now I have a confession. The theme of this conference totally bamboozled me. And why is that? Because I normally like to think in the mind of the person that is developing the thematic paradigm of the conference and try and understand exactly what they're trying to say or what they're trying to get across. And I examined what we are doing in the public service. I reflected deeply on my own experience in private sector and academia. And all I can say is that as an individual, I am a victim of substandard or suboptimal well-being profiling of the workspace. And so this conference is very germane because it's not something, it's one of those softer topics that we don't particularly pay attention to, and yet we expect our staff to be super productive. I wrote and I developed 2 presentations. I did one and I put that aside. And then I started another one last night. And this morning, I'm putting it aside. And as I was listening to the previous speaker, I realized how complex this topic is. And so I'm going to just touch on a few subjects, and I'm not going to use any slides because I want to have a conversation. And one of the important things that jumps out at us when we reflect on the well-being of the employee is that sense of belonging. Am I just, one of the employees, or do I belong in this system? Am I looked upon as a critical member of the ecosystem in which I work? And that doesn't actually depend on your hierarchy within the organization, because everybody plays a very important part. And so if you actually feel a sense of belonging and that you're doing what you really feel you should be doing in that organization, then as they say, when you wake up in the morning, you look forward to going to work because you have a sense of achievement, you have a sense of contribution, you have a sense of dignity and pride. And so when we as government look into this space, there are so many dimensions, but I think you asked me to come here to speak. If I could speak around all the topics that contribute to the holistic sense of well-being in a workspace, we'll be here for a long time. And the presentation we just heard reflected on so many of these dimensions. But health. So your health as an employee, we have to make sure that you are a healthy person and that you are in a fit state to make the contribution for which you've been engaged to do. But at the same time, we don't want the workspace to contribute negatively to your health and well-being. And so the workspace is a complex environment from the moment you leave your home till the moment you get to your office, if you are doing a physical job, or if you are in a virtual space, that connectivity is important. So we look at even issues around commuting, transportation. How do you get to work? When you get to work, what is the comfort level of your work environment? What is the government doing in terms of policy around occupational health? What is the government doing about recreational spaces around your work environment? Do you have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get to work? And then you are dredging the fact that as you knock off, you're going to be spending another 2 or 3 hours commuting to get back home. So government's role is very holistic. Our job as government is to improve the livability of a system, of a city, to ensure that when you are in the space of a city, whether you're living with your family or you're working or you're commuting, that it is easy for you to be in that environment. I have people that I know very closely that live in Lagos, commute back and forth. Some of them work abroad, and some of them live in Nigeria. Some people live abroad and work in Nigeria. And I often ask some of these people, what is it like when you leave Lagos and you go to some cities where seemingly it is much easier to get around? The answer is always the livability is a key factor to your employability. And the happiness that you enjoy as an individual is key to your performance at work. So this government is working really hard in the area of transportation, in the area of workspace comfort, in the area of regulation, and specifically in the area of health, where recently we passed an executive order that defines the mandatory nature of health insurance for all citizens of Lagos State in compliance with the National Health Insurance Authority Act. We're using that opportunity to regulate the entire health insurance workspace in Lagos, not just around the social health insurance schemes of Ilera Eco that we keep promoting for Lagosians, but the law now says that everybody in Lagos and Nigeria, as a matter of fact, must own a social health insurance scheme. We know that in Lagos, there are multiple individuals that own private health insurance. And so how do we create a public-private partnership between Lagos State government and the HMOs and the organizations that are providing these health insurance schemes for our citizens? Not only to make sure that they comply with the law, but that we're able to regulate how health insurance is adjudicated in Lagos. Many people are realizing that the packages that they're procuring don't give them the satisfaction that they want when they need healthcare services. So as a government, we need to get into that space, and we need to make sure that those tiers of insurance that you purchase, first of all, are in compliance with the fact that you need a baseline social health insurance, and that anything other than that is a top-up. But that these top-up insurances all come under a regulatory mechanism whereby we can ensure that the tiers that you are buying actually reflect the type of care that you can get when you need it. So an operational guideline is coming out very soon, which follows the executive order that His Excellency promulgated about 6 months ago around the concept of mandatory nature of health insurance. It's important that employees understand that they must invest in the health of their staff, and that there can't be many hierarchical strata that stigmatize between different workforce grades, and that there's only one standard of healthcare delivery. There is the medical best practices of healthcare. In Lagos, we're trying to avoid healthcare for the poor and healthcare for the rich. There's a standard of care. And whether you're a low-tier employee or whether you're a top executive, everybody deserves the standard of care. And that's what we're trying to do as a government in Lagos, to make sure that everybody has access to universal healthcare coverage, and that the workspace is not only conducive to your productivity, but it enhances your well-being and your welfare and your happiness as an individual, knowing full well that you're contributing to society and you're looking forward to performing your task as an employee. And so, as a government, I've had, as a critical member of cabinet in terms of the health, I reflect on the COVID era and look very critically at what transpired. It seemed like a haze to many of us now, but during COVID, it was a time when I had to put my hat to the side as a public health specialist and realize that I was a member of cabinet whose main function was to ensure the health of the Lagos state economy. And so we could have come out with all the heavy-handed public health strategies. We could have said, oh, we must ensure that everybody with COVID is isolated, and that if you're this, you can't do that, and we need to lock down to do this and to reduce the transmissibility of this dangerous pathogen. But we soon realized, or I realized very quickly, that my role in government was not necessarily around public health efficiency and public health principles. My role in government was to make sure that the economy of Lagos was healthy. And so I had to relax on the public health principles to give Lagos the space to breathe economically, and at the same time balance the public health initiatives that were trying to contain the importation of the virus and the communal spread to our citizens. It was a steep learning curve, and I think that's one of the reasons why Lagos did so well, because we were able to find that balance between public health and economic health to make sure that the city of Lagos was able to continue to breathe economically, because the collateral damage of a heavy-handed public health response was actually going to be more severe than the consequence of COVID itself. And so these are the kinds of situations that a flexible government, a government that's dynamic, a government that understands the pulse of the city, is able to make under such difficult situations. And so now we as Lagos, we realize that something is happening in Lagos. We realize that there's a pulse out there that we can feel, particularly around the Christmas period, when we talk about this massive influx of people. We talk about Lagos, London, Paris, Milan, New York. Everybody's adding Lagos to that concept. So Lagos is becoming an international cosmopolitan city. And so as government, and as private sector, we need to come together. And I think that this conference is actually very poignant in that regard. It has made me think deeply, and I want to thank the organizers, because up till now, I haven't really reflected so much on this area of the welfare of the workspace and the well-being of our employees, because we're focusing on so many issues, crises. Every day there's something new in Lagos. But if we're going to become a globally competitive megacity, and according to the Lagos 2052 Lagos State Development Plan, which is a 30-year development plan, I think Lagos is the only governed space in Africa that has a 30-year development plan. One of our targets is to become the model megacity of Africa. The city that has one of the highest levels of comfort and livability. A city whose GDP is on the constant rise. A city where there is security, where there is ease of commuting, where there is security of health, of power, of water, of recreation, where our kids and our families can prosper and feel comfortable. And so it's a multi-dimensional approach, and government has a very significant role to play here in terms of policies, guidelines, and legislations. And so I'm going to take the messages from here. In fact, I've pushed my manifest further down by 2 hours because I looked at your program and I felt that I needed to really listen to some of the concepts that are going to be presented here. So as you thought I was going to come here and impart to you, well, the good news that I'm going to impart to you is that I'm here with listening ears. I'm here to actually take something away from this conference and start to promote more attention towards the welfare and the well-being of our workspace, the comfort, the flexibility. We know that we are a gender-balanced government. We have a he for she executive. Our cabinet is very well balanced across the genders. We have programs around disability. We have programs around domestic violence. We have programs around wellness of mental alacrity. We're building infrastructure that deal with these kinds of issues. We're working around the clock in the sectors of health, transportation, agriculture. In the agricultural sector, we're building a massive food security hub between Ikorodu and Ekpe to make sure that Lagos, which is not an agricultural environment, is able to take advantage of its expertise, both in the business sector, in the private sector, and the academia, working alongside government to make sure that we can harness food security, bring in food from different parts of Nigeria, from different parts of West Africa, and add value to ensure that we have a constant supply of food and a constant price towards the acquisition of food materials for our citizens. And so, multimodal transport systems over water, rail, road, expanded road systems, air. We're trying to build a second airport on the Lekki axis. Lagos is expanding by the second. And sometimes we are the victims of our own success, as we find now that the attractive commercial environment of Lagos is ensuring that there is a constant inbound migration of people seeking the lights, the splendor, and the commerce of Lagos State, seemingly the security of a megacity. And so, once again, I really applaud the organizers. You have given me a lot of time to reflect. Normally, it doesn't take me this long to present or prepare a presentation. I did two. I didn't present any of them because I felt that, I hadn't really spent enough time trying to understand the concept of what we're discussing here today. So I'm here really on a learning curve myself. I really enjoyed the first presentation. I have my notes. I have our own idea of what government is trying to do. I think Lagos State is doing quite well, but we're not there yet. If we're going to achieve in 30 years, taking Lagos to be the model megacity of Africa, to be able to compete globally. When we talk about Lagos, we should be talking about Lagos synonymously with Hong Kong or Singapore or any of those great megacities around the world, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, where life is easy, where people are happy, where the individual has security around their family, has security to get to work, feels a sense of achievement and belonging, and where the government ensures that nobody is left behind, working hand in hand with the private sector. And I just want to say that we keep talking about the success of COVID in Lagos. And I'm not sure if everyone realizes what a significant role the private sector played in Lagos' success. As
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Big Story segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show, where we discuss key issues shaping our nation and economy at large. I am David Olujimi. Today, our discussion revolves around the healthcare sector as we focus on solutions to tackle the rising cases of meningitis outbreak in the country. The Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, confirmed that Nigeria is presently battling a meningitis outbreak that has led to 151 deaths and over 1,000 suspected cases, about 1,826 cases. And this meningitis has a case fatality rate of 8.3%. Meningitis is an inflammation of the membrane surrounding the brain and spinal cord, which is known as the meninges, often caused by infections, and it can be a medical emergency requiring immediate attention. According to reports, this disease is now present in 23 of Nigeria's 36 states, in what is a scary picture of possibility of more deaths if urgent measures are not taken to curb it. Our discussion today will provide answers on the urgent measures that should be taken, expectations from the government and private sector, where the families of affected persons can also seek medical services. To address this and more, we are joined by Chika Ofor, a public health expert and advocate, and the founder and CEO of Vaccine Network for Disease Control. You're welcome to the show, Chika.
Oh, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here.
Yeah, great.
To talk about Nigeria and the health indicators.
Okay, so for the sake of our audience, can you just help us understand what meningitis is about?
So you just explained it. It's an inflammation of the membranes that surround the brain and the spine, And then, in those days, they used to call it tom neck, know. And the thing I want to say is about meningitis that is very important today is that it's vaccine preventable.
Okay.
So when we talk about vaccines, and when people die from vaccine preventable disease, it breaks my heart. So for me, when you have all these symptoms, maybe fever, headaches, nausea, all those, you can't eat, that kind of thing, go to your health center if you're in the community to go and make sure that you are fine. It's very, very important. So what I'm saying here now is that if you have your children, once your child goes through the routine vaccination program, that child would have taken meningitis vaccine. Because at 6 months, 6 weeks, 10 weeks, and 14 weeks, the children are given the conjugate meningococcal vaccine, MCV.
Okay.
So once you are able to do that, it helps. And then once there's an outbreak, then the government again provides that again, so that for those outbreaks, they also give vaccine. And then do case management, check houses, make sure that people who have those symptoms are taken to the health center or any health facility.
So you're saying that meningitis is a communicable disease. Is it spread from person to person?
Yeah, it is. It's communicable. That is why we're having it as an epidemic. If it was not communicable, it will not be an epidemic. It is through liquids, that kind of thing. We are living in a place that, unfortunately, because of poverty and all that, people live in tight spaces, in communities. And in those kind of tight spaces, you find that it is easy to transmit one disease or the other, So, and it's very important that we take note of this. So that when you see, and then nowadays that, this is the dry season.
Okay.
And because you notice that these epidemics or these outbreaks always happen in the dry season. That is why you find that places where where the heat is a lot, and then people stay in closed spaces, and and then the person has not taken vaccine on top of it, and there's poverty. One of the major causes of most of these diseases is poverty, because it is poverty that is making someone not to. Maybe because of access, does not go and take vaccine when they're supposed to take the vaccine. That kind of thing. It is poverty that is making somebody have to say, should I use transport to go and take vaccine, or should I buy bread to eat? It's poverty that makes you not to be healthy enough. You're not eating well enough, so that when these outbreaks come, you don't have enough defenses to fight.
So the thing here is that the reason why this particular topic has I think I have my own experience, because I remember when I was in secondary school, we had a meningitis outbreak in the state where I lived in secondary school. I schooled in the Middle Belt, and all the school students from the ages of 13 were given the meningitis vaccine free of charge across all the schools in that particular state. But it seems like now we say 23 out of the 36 states. It seems like this thing affects people majorly in the north. Is it, or is it, like you spoke about the dry season, is it a disease that has some weather, some climatic conditions to it, that has like some alignment to climatic conditions, or it's just a regular spread communicable disease by liquids and all? Does it have anything to do with climatic conditions?
It has to do with climatic conditions because of the fact that the dry season comes with heat.
Yes.
And then when it comes with heat, people live in very tight spaces. And when those tight spaces, and somebody already has the disease, it's easy for it to spread.
Okay.
So that is the reason why. And because it is highly contagious, it is easy to spread in those kind of communities.
Okay.
Like where I am now in Abuja, we have some of those illegal communities. When I call them illegal, what will I call them now? Informal communities. People live in one room like that, and it's easy for people to direct contact, because you get it through direct contact, you get it through droplets, you get it through contaminated surfaces. People share toilets, people share bathrooms, people come together. Easy for people to come, and then the heat. Do you not notice that this dry season was something else this time around? So the heat is terrible.
So basically, the classes of people that are more at risk of contracting the disease are people that are that live in enclosed spaces.
Yes. And most importantly, people who have not taken the vaccine. Let's not forget the
Okay.
most important part.
So,
Because, and the reason why it's mostly in the north is that when we look at our indicators for demand generation for vaccines, these are the places where we have, like now we're looking at the 100 LGAs that have 0 dose. That is children that have not even taken one single dose of vaccine. Many of them are in the north.
so
Lagos has 1 0 dose community, which is Ilaje. That's the only place in Lagos that you can call a 0 dose. That is babies, children that have not even taken 1 dose of any vaccine.
meningitis vaccine.
Meningitis is part of the routine. So that means that once you go to a health center and the child is 6 weeks, the child will take. And it's free.
But why do you think, at least I just told you about my experience. I know that some of these vaccines are free, but what is happening? Why is it a problem for people to get these vaccines? Why is it lack of knowledge, or what are the factors responsible for people not getting these vaccines?
The truth of the matter is there are many factors that make people not to take vaccines.
Okay.
One, people might be knowledgeable about it and still not want to take it. Some, they may not be knowledgeable about it. Some, it is access, you know. Some, there are various reasons why people don't want to take vaccines. Some, it's just having to go to the health center multiple times, you know. Some, their culture does not allow them, you know. There's one of our communities, they said they don't take injection. You know, that kind of thing. So there are many reasons why people don't take vaccines. But what are we saying is continuous education is the way that we don't give up. All hands must be on deck. The government, NGOs, private sectors must come together to make sure that we continually educate people on the value of vaccine. And you know, vaccine is one thing that is actually based on trust. Yes. You know, the people that should talk about vaccine are people that are trusted within the community, like the health workers that are trusted and the traditional rulers that are trusted, using trusted community members and being very innovative on how to create demand for vaccine or immunization, you know. So, and that is majorly one of the reasons, because right now for the routine immunization programming, we have 53%, you know, our vaccine coverage is 53% generally. What it means is that all the people that are eligible to take the routine vaccination, only 53% of them have taken. So you still have about 47%, I think, yes, that have not taken. So those people that have not taken, now let's not taking your vaccine with poverty. They're not eating good food. You know, poverty comes with a lot of, you know, these social determinants as well. Then they are still going to go to primary school that is crowded. They live in a crowded location. So any disease that comes, it's easy to just capture them. And what is painful in this case is that it's a vaccine preventable disease and the government has provided the vaccine.
Okay. So at this point, what is the government doing, or what should the government be doing? And also, what is the role of private sectors, especially with regards to, now we know that there's an outbreak of the disease. NCDC has told us that about 151 people have died. That is quite a figure in casualty. What do you think the government should be doing right now? What is at stake that the government should be looking into right now?
The good part of it for us is that we have a proactive government when it comes to the health. At least a proactive government in the sense that the Minister of Health is an advocate. So he has a project called the MAMI project, which is to crash maternal, child, and neonatal deaths. So with that in mind, they also have the NCDC as well that is there to make sure that vaccines get to all those that need them. So the first thing is that creating awareness. They have emergency measures, outbreak measures that are available in those states where you have these outbreaks. They are going house to house and also vaccinating all those, testing, checking, making sure that all those who have the disease are treated and all those who don't have are vaccinated. So, but then again, I also realize that whether we like it or not, the government cannot do it alone.
Okay.
There's a role for CSOs. Many CSOs, there's a role for CSOs, there's a role for private partners, There's a role for for the community themselves. There's a role for everybody, even you that are talking to me today. There's a role for you. And you are doing your role by talking about it so that people get to know about what is happening in the country. So the first one is they've already dispatched teams to make sure that in those particular areas where you have this very strong outbreaks, they're there to make sure that they test for people who have, and then to also make sure that for people who have, they are directed to treatment, and for people who do not have, are given the vaccine. And then CSOs are supposed to be there to support, to create more awareness. Private sector is supposed to use what they have to create awareness. The media is also supposed to use what they have to create awareness, to start to talk about which facilities, give directions to facilities that people can go to. So that once you, and then talk about the symptoms, all those things, once you have these symptoms, go to the health facility. And then to make sure that things like the insurance system, the insurance schemes, the NHI here has said that insurance is compulsory for all Nigerians. So that these things, people are not afraid to go to facilities because they think that they're going to pay. So all those things should be working. If everything works, you will see that many of these diseases, when they come, especially the preventable one, it will be easy for these diseases to be curbed. So vaccines, miracles.
So I want to talk about the drugs, meningitis drugs. Do we have drugs to cure meningitis, or it's just a case of just vaccines? Do we have drugs in the market?
The vaccines are there. Of course, there are treatments.
Okay.
There are treatments for it as well. So treatment for those who already have the disease after testing, and then vaccines for those who don't have.
Who don't have it yet.
So that is what we should be talking about right now. We should be giving information as to what are the symptoms that you have that will make you. It doesn't mean that when you have all those symptoms, you have meningitis. No. But you cannot know if you do not go to a health facility. All these treatments, self-medication, this is not the time for it.
Okay.
This is not the time for it. This is the time for you to go to hospital and check how you are doing, so that on-time treatment can save many lives.
Okay,
so it's very, very important. So it's an outbreak. It's serious.
So for a state like Lagos, I know that presently the 23 states are mostly domiciled in the northern parts of the country. I'm even guessing all 19
states.
I think all 19 states of the north probably already have the outbreak. But is there what is the, based on your own assessment and understanding of this disease, what is the risk factor for a place like Lagos State? Is it very high? Lagos has this kind of Lagos is characterized with a kind of situation where diseases outbreak in Lagos can be quite rapid. If there is an outbreak, it can rapidly spread. What is the risk factor for a place like Lagos State?
But the risk factor is very high.
Okay.
Lagos is a very large state with many people entering buses, people
living in
jumping,
government
living in closed spaces, people living in Ilaje and different places. Of course, it's very high. But then again, Lagos has insurance. And then many of the primary healthcare centers in Lagos are also working.
Okay.
So the thing is to now sensitize. I'm focusing more on the sensitization because that's what is key. So sensitize people so that when they have those symptoms or symptoms that look like that, just go to the health center and make sure that you are tested and checked. So that once you don't have it and you have not taken the vaccine, you can take the vaccine if it is available in Lagos. Because right now, for children between the ages of 6 weeks and 9 months, you have vaccines for them.
Okay.
So you have at 6 weeks, 10 weeks, 14 weeks, and then 9 months. The vaccines are available in primary healthcare. There's no shortage, which is why we keep focusing and talking about vaccine financing, talking about domestic resource for vaccines. The government should not play with the fund to purchase vaccine, because the first level is that those vaccines have to be available. Okay. Because once they are available, what you're talking about now is creating demand, creating awareness, so that people know that these vaccines are available and you can direct your children, your babies, to go and take these vaccines. So that is why we must continue to advocate that the government should not play with vaccine financing. It should not play with domestic resource for vaccines. It should not play with procurement of vaccines.
So,
as we can see,
how far you spoke about vaccine funding? So, I want to ask, how far gone are we in Nigeria's efforts for vaccine manufacturing? Like, do you have any idea what's going on? The facilities, are they being built, or we are at a stage where we are still the people involved are still looking for money? I think there's been mention of so many talks to try and start vaccine manufacturing in Nigeria by different pharmaceutical companies. How far gone are we with respect to that move, that effort?
So from a CSO point of view, because I'm a health advocate and I'm a CSO, I'm a civil society organization, the only thing I can say for sure is that the conversation is ongoing.
Okay.
And I also know that Gavi has supported with some funds to support the vaccine manufacturing process. But as we speak, we are not manufacturing any vaccine as we speak. But the conversation is ongoing. That is what I know. So it is very important also, when you bring out this conversation, is that you and I should start to amplify this conversation, because at the end of it all, it is important that Nigeria starts to manufacture their vaccines. We have nearly 8 million children that are born every year, about a little bit above 7 million children that are born every year. These children need vaccine, including this meningitis vaccine you're talking about. So right now, what is sure, the sure way of getting those vaccines is that Nigeria has to procure those vaccines. But Nigeria must continue the conversation around local vaccine manufacturing so that in the nearest future, we start to produce our vaccine.
Okay.
Not only for Nigeria, but for Africa and the world at large.
Just to round up very quickly, I know that we want to talk about the role of government in vaccine manufacturing and all, but I feel like there's a market, there's commercial viability, there's a vaccine market. Basically, we have a system where children take measles vaccination, I think there's smallpox vaccine, meningitis vaccine, and in my own understanding, I think meningitis vaccine also exists for teenagers. So we have like this huge market with our rising population. What is the delay? What is hindering our pharmaceuticals from moving into that market? What do you think is the major delay behind them not being able to key into the market that they have on ground already?
I didn't say they're not keying into. I said that the conversation is ongoing.
Yes, but the conversation has been ongoing for a very long time now. I can hear you. I said the conversation has been ongoing for quite a while.
Okay.
No, I was
let me explain something. Vaccines are very sensitive things.
Okay.
They are things you are giving to our babies. Nigeria has to make sure they get it right. You don't want a situation where there's one mistake and all the gains that we've had now from demanding for immunization will be lost. So I don't think there should be any hurry. My own personal opinion as to manufacturing vaccines. What we should do is to make sure that we get the experts, make sure that we have the infrastructure, and then make sure that everything that is needed to have a very robust, effective, efficient manufacturing system is done. Because vaccines are given to children from 0 to 5 years. It's not a joke. So the rush to manufacture vaccine is not the one that is important. It's to make sure that when we get into that system, we do it correctly.
Okay.
That is what for me is very, very important. What for me is also key that right now that we're talking, Nigeria should make sure that they fund their vaccine procurement. Right now, what we are doing is that we are procuring. So let us make sure that Nigeria now puts it in a first line chart, because it's still in service-wide vote, struggling with other things. It should not be struggling with other things. It should be put in a predictive system where you can predict that this money has been budgeted for vaccine, and after that budget, that money actually has been budgeted, the total amount will be released to procure vaccines, because that is the first level. Because after all said and done, if we create demand and there's shortage, what are we talking about?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chika, for your insight, for this insightful conversation. And that's all we can take for today on Big Story. Keep watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
TV news updates. I am David Olujimi, and we'll see what we're having. Let's see what's making the headline this morning. Banking stocks drive NGX first gain of the week. Shetima blames Nigeria's problem on absence of fiscal responsibility. US criticizes Nigeria's import ban on agricultural pharmaceutical goods. Albanese and Dutton face off in first Australian election debate. Daniel Dubois calls out Anthony Joshua for a rematch. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where equities market climbed by 0.15% on Tuesday, April 8, recording its first positive close of the week. According to reports, banking and oil and gas stocks had helped in redirecting the stock markets northward. The NGX banking index rose by 1.89%, while management. The VP blamed what he called the deficit of collective fiscal responsibility, berating subnational government for poor resource utilization. Still on, the United States has criticized Nigeria's continued ban globally. The ban affected 25 product categories, including key U.S. export interests such as beef, poultry, pork, pharmaceuticals, fruit juice such as beef, poultry, pork, pharmaceuticals, fruit juice, and alcoholic beverages. This criticism forms part of a broader campaign launched by the U.S. Trade Representative Office to highlight what it calls unfair trade practice policies around the world. To end the local news, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Ali Patey, has revealed that 16,000 Nigerian doctors have left the country in the last 7 years in search of greener pastures abroad. Patey, speaking in Abuja on Tuesday, April 8, at the Association of Medical Councils of Africa event, said that the exodus of doctors has created a doctor-to-population ratio of 3.9 per 10,000, far below the global minimum standard. The minister termed it as a major financial loss to Nigeria, revealing that it costs more than $21,000 to train one doctor. On the foreign scene, the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, will face off with his election rival, Peter Dutton, in their first debate before the May 3rd federal election vote. The cost of living issues dominated Tuesday's night debate organized by Sky News Australia and the Daily Telegraph. Opinion polls predicted a slim margin between Albanese's Labour Party and Dutton's Liberal National Coalition, with a possibility that either will need to form the next government with independent MPs or minor party. Albanese was declared the night's winner by Sky News after a vote by 100 undecided voters. Also, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has publicly acknowledged for the first time that his troops are active in Russia's Belgorod region, which borders Ukraine. Zelensky revealed that the country will continue to carry out active operations in the border areas on enemy territory, insisting that the war must return to where it came from. The president says the main objective was to protect Ukraine's Sumy and Kharkiv border regions and easing pressure on other parts of the vast front line, particularly in the eastern Donetsk region. Now to sport. IBF heavyweight champion Daniel Dubois has publicly named a three-man shortlist for his next opponent, with a rematch against Anthony Joshua high on his priority list. According to reports, Dubois has not fought since knocking out Joshua in brutal fashion last September at Wembley Stadium. The British heavyweight made his ambitions clear while speaking to TalkSport, insisting a rematch with Joshua and Joseph Parker. To end the news, Manchester United are reportedly preparing to make one of the most audacious moves of the summer transfer window with a 200 million euros offer for Real Madrid winger Vinicius Jr. on the table. According to reports, the Red Devils are aiming to make a statement signing as part of a major squad overhaul, viewing the Brazilian star as the ideal figure to spearhead a new era under head coach Ruben Amorim. The English club has faced a rough season with inconsistency on the pitch and a squad in transition, holding that Vinicius will play a major role in reshaping the club. That's where we wrap up the breakfast news this morning. That's where we wrap up our news update for this afternoon.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
This is the BusinessDay television broadcast.
A note on X by the United States Trade Representative yesterday says Nigeria's import ban on 25 different product categories impacts U.S. exporters, particularly in agriculture, pharmaceuticals, beverages, and consumer goods. Restrictions on items like beef, pork, poultry, fruit juices, medicaments, and spirits limit U.S. market access and reduce export opportunities. These policies, according to the U.S. Trade Representative note, create significant trade barriers that lead to lost revenue for U.S. businesses looking to expand in the Nigerian market. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's economic management team in Nigeria yesterday disclosed plans to meet soon to appraise the various scenarios in the ongoing trade war and advise government on the way forward. Hello, this is Global Business Insights, where we look deeper at the main business stories moving markets all over the world. The trade war is fast spreading, and it seems there will be no prisoners. The Times call for all countries to be alert to their advantage and competitiveness and areas of vulnerability, and of course work out appropriate defensive and attack strategies, also noting there will be no free lunches. Even if countries agree to zero tariffs, as some have, the issue of non-trade barriers will make negotiations difficult, and it is unlikely the US will shift below its 10% tariff baseline, even where zero tariffs have been put on the table. Still, it will be easier to export from places like India, from, say, China, and many will be re-strategizing on their supply chain positionings. Jamie Dimon, in a note yesterday to shareholders, said time was of the essence when it comes to the impact of tariffs. He added that the quicker these issues are resolved, the better, because some of the negative effects increase cumulatively over time and would be hard to reverse. Dimon hoped that following negotiations, the long-term effect would have some positive benefits for the United States. However, he added his most serious concern is how this will affect America's long-term economic alliance. Are we seeing a global reset or a global decline? Is this America first or America alone? Jimmy Dimon's note does not exactly say. Despite the upheaval in stock markets, there are stocks still looking up. For example, Trump has ordered the proposed acquisition of U.S. Steel by Japan's Nippon Steel to undergo a new review after being initially blocked by Biden. U.S. Steel closed up 17.2% yesterday. At the end of the day, the Nasdaq managed to close up, S&P just slightly lower in a day of whipsawing and unnerving volatility. The day started with a huge downturn. That's at Wall Street, but shares with stronger potential picked up later. It looked like a stock picker's market, as highly valued stocks were looking too cheap to resist. The market was unusually volatile, swinging up and down, even as the rumor spread that the US was pausing tariffs for 90 days, and that led to a quick reversal, only for the White House to deny the news as fake. Apple spread the news also that it is shifting more of its iPhone production to India as a short-term solution to offset the rising costs imposed by China duties, while it attempts to win an exemption from high tariffs. Making matters worse for Apple, the US administration threatened an additional levy of 50% to take effect on April 9 on Chinese goods unless it withdrew its retaliatory tariffs. Apple, which does the majority of its manufacturing in China, is one of the most exposed companies to a trade war. China has a potential incoming 54% tariff rate, and that's before the new increases. Smaller tariffs were also placed on secondary production locations such as India, Vietnam, and Thailand. JP Morgan Chase analysts say Apple could raise its prices 6% across the world to offset the US tariffs. Other analysts say if Apple does not raise prices, it could suffer as much as a 15% cut to earnings per share. UBS say the iPhone 16 Pro Max could go up as much as $350. Indeed, Apple is a big loser here. But there are other winners and losers. The obvious ones in terms of winners would be discount consumer staples, where the impact of tariffs would be negligible and sensitivity to price changes will be almost nil. This is for purchase of products that are essential or that you will likely purchase regardless of your personal finances or how the economy is performing, like food, tobacco, drinks, and household and personal care items. And all these are considered consumer staples. Dollar Tree was up 7.8%. Other winners would include healthcare and utilities. AI niches like Nvidia will also continue to stand out stronger as we see a divergent Magnificent Seven. Amongst the Magnificent Seven, Nvidia was the best performer on the Dow, rising 3.5%. Apple was the worst, falling 3.7%. Amazon was up 2.5%, making it the Dow's second best performer. Facebook and Meta rose more than 2%, while Alphabet was up nearly 1%. Tesla sank 2.6%. Other stocks not likely to do well, apart from China-exposed stocks like Apple and Nike, will be the electronics sector. Capital markets players like issuing houses will see IPO slow down, and that could affect investment banking, which tends not to do so well in a bear market. Luxury, leisure, and high-end clothing also likely to be laggards in this scenario. Long-term, perhaps younger players who can look further ahead still can invest confidently, noting that if they buy consistently through downturns, such as the one that we have, they will have lower prices for their investments, which is almost certain to boost returns over the long term. In a decade's time, the worst markets look like short-term blips. Indeed, a historical upward trajectory of the stock market over the years makes present challenges appear not as bad as it looks. Other business stories. Let's look at Japanese stocks rebounding at the open of the Japanese market today after yesterday's historic sell-off, and also after the US administration said it would start trade negotiations with Asia's second largest economy. The ECB is highly likely to cut borrowing costs next week and again in June as Trump's tariffs risk pushing the bloc into recession. Investors are pricing in a 90% likelihood of a quarter-point cut in interest rates at the next ECB rate-setting meeting on April 17, up from 70% before tariff announcement. That's a probability of 90%, up from 70% before tariff announcements on April 2. They expect 2 further cuts by the end of this year, with a chance of a third. Germany's Chancellor-in-Waiting, Friedrich Merz, has warned of the dramatic impact of US tariffs on Germany, adding that the situation on the international equity and bond markets is dramatic and threatens to deteriorate further. He concluded that it's more urgent than ever for Germany to restore its international competitiveness as quickly as possible. Ursula von der Leyen said the EU could scrap tariffs on American industrial goods if the US agreed to do the same. The president of the European Commission said that Europe is always ready for a good deal, adding that the EU would seek to strengthen trading ties with countries other than America. Trump has said the EU must also buy energy from the US to rebalance the traditional allies relationship. Goldman Sachs has raised its odds of a recession in America to 45%, up from 35% last week. Also, commodity prices such as Brent crude, that's the oil price benchmark, fell to below $64 per barrel, down from $74 on Wednesday. Oil prices slid 2% to a near 4-year low yesterday. Broadcom said it was launching a new share buyback program of up to $10 billion set to run through the end of the year, sending its shares up nearly 3% in extended trading. The move, according to CEO Hawk Tan, reflects confidence in its semiconductor and infrastructure software franchises and also in artificial intelligence related investments. South Africa's trade minister has said African nations should pivot towards other markets like China, adding that recent tariffs nullified AGOA, that's the Africa Growth Opportunity Act, a deal that offered U.S. trade concessions to several African countries. Paxtao, that's the trade minister, said the African Growth and Opportunity Act with the U.S. In effect no longer applies in light of Trump's tariff decision, meaning African nations should shift their trade towards fast-growing markets, including countries from the global South. Sweden has announced the opening of its largest innovation hub in Africa, located in Lagos State, Nigeria. The announcement was made yesterday during a meeting between the Vice President of Nigeria, Kashim Shettima, and Crown Princess Victoria of Sweden at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. Also in Nigeria, the Debt Management Office has opened its April 2025 Federal Government of Nigeria Savings Bonds offer with interest rates up to 17.046%. U.S. investment bank Goldman Sachs said in a note that bond pricing inferred that markets believed there was 70% probability of a Ukraine peace deal, up sharply from before the November U.S. election. Asia-Pacific markets mostly higher, rebounding from previous sessions' losses over U.S. tariff policies as trade negotiations progress. Japan's economy minister, Ryosai Akazawa, has been named as trade negotiator with the United States. The appointment came after the Japanese Prime Minister and Trump agreed to initiate bilateral discussions on tariffs in a phone meeting on Monday. The Chinese Commerce Ministry has said it will fight U.S. trade policies to the end, adding that it resolutely opposes Trump's threat of escalating tariffs. Beijing vows to take countermeasures that will safeguard its own rights and interests. This was after the U.S. threatened an additional 50% tariffs by April 9 if Beijing did not lift its duties on U.S. imports. European markets also opened higher, reversing course from a 4-day losing streak fueled by global tariff tensions. Well, that's all on this episode of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosani. Bye-bye.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
This conference is catered to addressing the housing deficit and helping us to seize some of the opportunities that we have present.
BusinessDay Media Limited held its annual property investment conference Pre-Invest on the 14th of March. The conference brought together stakeholders, investors, policymakers and innovators to unlock Nigeria's $900 billion real estate market and address the opportunities, challenges, growth, and future of the industry. This year's edition is themed The Future of Real Estate, harnessing demographics, urbanization, and opportunities amid economic shift. BusinessDay's publisher, Frank Ibohun, delivered a notable welcome address, emphasizing that the real estate sector is no longer just evolving, but redefining the future of Nigeria's non-oil economy.
The real estate sector is not defined by just the data, the GDP data that we talk about or that we hear about. The real estate sector is more crucial, more vital than any data can suggest. Following a recent gross domestic product rebasing by the National Bureau of Statistics, your sector was adjudged to have surpassed the energy sector, the oil and gas sector, to become the third contributor to economic development in Nigeria.
According to PwC 2024 report, the real estate is now one of Africa's most dynamic sectors, with a market value projected to exceed $900 billion by 2030.
The influx of unqualified practitioners is a major challenge confronting the real estate industry within Nigeria and especially in Lagos State. And this has negatively impacted the sector's credibility and growth. With Lagos State being a reflection of Nigeria's urbanization and also one of the fastest growing urban areas in the world economically, the increasing demand for residential, commercial, and industrial properties has given rise to fraudulent practices such as multiple allocations of the same property to different tenants, inflated rent prices, and substandard construction projects. These issues not only discourage investors, but also pose a serious threat to public trust and investor confidence as key elements of property investment in the sector. In Lagos State, we are committed to transforming the real estate industry. As we continue to regulate and professionalize the sector, I urge all stakeholders, investors, developers, and real estate professionals to advocate for ethical practices and also register with the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority to enhance regulation and credibility, as well as foster an environment where real estate investments can thrive safely and sustainably.
The conference captured various solid panel sessions with reputable industry giants.
Government does not have lands anymore. And this has brought creative things. What is our JVs that we do? We partner with families who have family lands but don't have the means to develop it. And we share the apartments. When I say land is not available, I'm talking about vacant land. Lands are occupied. And we have a major regeneration agenda for Lagos State.
We also got a chance to speak to some of the speakers and they shared their submissions.
One of the key issues with housing is just the cost. The cost of construction is high. The cost of financing is high. The interest rates from our financial institutions are high, and all that adds to the problem of affordability. So in order to resolve that problem, there needs to be policies in place to, number one, address the issue of high cost of building materials. So import substitution, local production and development of the value chain materials will bring down the cost.
Fortunately, in Nigeria, capturing data is, an ordeal, but that is the only thing that is going to actually allow us to understand where we're going as a nation, as an industry, as a market, and capturing that data, whether you're talking about the private sector and individually as real estate companies capturing data in a CRM, or the government capturing data from a survey perspective. Data is the only trend that we need to know about to be able to capture the opportunity that's currently wide open in the market.
99.9% of houses and properties that I see being built disobey the fundamental laws of building. There isn't the infrastructure or the manpower to regulate all these buildings. If I am going to build and invest my money in building, I will pay for the consultants. I will let them do their work and I will listen to them. But then maybe because I am educated and myself, I am a consultant, I cannot tell you the number of people who will not pay for consultancy. And I sit and I listen and I watch them. Most builders now, if you say to them, did you put in a dam-proof course? They don't even know what it means. Meanwhile, we have rising damp. We are a city that is, barely a foot above sea level. So the fault isn't the government. There's enough legislation with the government, and anybody who wants to do the right thing can do the right thing without waiting for government to come and enforce the right thing.
Construction is not an easy job. You have to be competent where you are doing it. You have, if you don't have the competence, employ the competent hand, the project manager, the cost adjuster, the cost people, the country surveyors, the engineers. They must be properly in place. When they are in place, then you get your housing off ground quickly.
The conference was able to capture some of the major challenges that the real estate sector currently faces, with solutions suggested by the speakers present. Attendees also had opportunities to get answers to their questions. Since inception, the Business Day Property Investment Conference, Pre-Invest, has become a crucial tool for insightful deliberations on the future of Nigerian real estate industry, and the organizers remain unrelenting in making sure that the conference continues to address the needs of the masses.
We live in a world of artificial intelligence. Things are a bit much easier now for us. It might be tough for us to go back to already established talents to track them. But with the new ones here, that's why you see our fintech and all of them flourishing. We just need to tap into that technology of AI, and it will help out. It's there already, you get, and it will help keep data. Data is the new currency. And once you have data, why some of the scouts abroad are a bit wary of touching some of our talents is because there's no data. You understand? So they're just going with your word. Yes, it's a talent, we see that, but we would like to see his data because it helps us also, and I'm talking as a European or someone from the abroad, as we like to say. It helps them to say, at this age to this age, these were some of the traits we saw. So that gives us an idea that if we put this through, we know what the outcome will look like. Because now we live in a world where you can determine outcomes. So for all of that to happen, I think we need to start taking our data very seriously. I don't know if people are willing to invest in that. That is another question again to ask. If we want to build talent, you have to be able to track this talent no matter where they are. Somebody must be able to be anywhere in Afghanistan, and you can get on an app and track whatever talent you want to track, and you can see the progress over time. So I think therein lies the dilemma we are in. Question is, are they ready to make that investment into that technology and see that they can mine data for athletes and talents, and you have this data, you can take them anywhere in the world. You have something to say, this is what their progression looks like. It's not much of a media thing per se. It's much of the administrators of the sports. You do not feel, oh, because we're a sport, media must come. You must understand that at the very core of sports is media. If your event is not being covered, you're just having fun. You are no different from somebody who's playing street football somewhere with his friends. You're just having fun. If you understand that as an administrator, now remember, the whole idea of the media is to document your events and your programs and all of the things you're doing. So there's an archive. Remember, you're not going to be there all your life. You're going to leave that seat. Someone else is going to step in. There's something they can work with. They can look at this and say, okay, this was what was done. This is the next level we need to take it into. So the issue is not media as in media. The issue is the owners of the sports. What's their drive? Where is their vision? Where are they headed? What they want to do? And that determines how they need to showcase it. So it's theirs. Media should be at every core of every sport. Not necessarily a football thing. Football is football, and it would always be football. There's some great football tournament that you don't even hear of because it's not covered. So every sport must take its media arm very seriously. Social media is such a powerful platform now that you as a sport needs to look at what makes us unique, what makes us stand out, and start to tell your own story. Tell your own story in your own unique way. You don't need to have some crazy camera, expensive. No, just have a good phone. Do you understand? Record it creatively. Edit. You can edit on your phone now. There are apps that can help you edit easily. Edit it and start. You don't need to buy social media space. You don't need to buy Instagram. You're not paying for it. You don't need to buy TikTok. You're not paying for it. And right there, start telling your story. We've seen people who have gone viral and have had input, not even from different people, even from people you have no idea of. Just because they heard your story, loved your story, and they say, you know what, I want to partner with you on this one. Once you start doing that, you like it or not, mainstream media will actually, okay, we heard something is going on. They want to be part of it also. So it's all down to the sports itself. I'm quite excited. I accepted to come. I think Business Day is onto something. I don't know what it is, but in my spirit, I feel it. That I feel a sense of optimism. Because there's a dark, and everybody was saying, oh, every time Wall is reporting the, negativity, because there's a lot of it. There's just too much of it. Oh, can't we just talk on one positivity? It's nice, but there's 200 negativities. So even if you want to push out it's just hard. I'm very positive. I always look at the cup half full. In fact, I don't look at the cup half full. I look at the fact that there's at least water in the cup to start with. You understand? Half full or not. So I feel very strongly that with what has been kickstarted here, it's the first time Business Day is, having this event. I'm sure some of the speakers who couldn't make it will see the outcome of this and regret that they didn't make it. And they will be the ones calling, when is the next one? This is early year. You can do it twice a year. You can even do it 3 times a year. Business Day, be ready for that. And people will want to be a part of this. And maybe by the time we tend to put our heads together, remember, 2 good heads, not 2 heads. 2 good heads. Always better than 1. By the time we put it together, we know the problem of our sports. We know what the problems are. We just need the testicular fortitude. For those who know, they know. The testicular fortitude to face it head on and deal with it decisively. It's simple. It's really, really simple. As long as we make up our mind that, nobody should be benefiting from the decadence and the despair of the ecosystem called sports. As long as we agree on that and everybody takes it seriously, everybody will enjoy at the end of the day because we're going to build a thriving ecosystem. And somebody can say in Harvard, let's take a look at Nigeria's sporting system. I mean, this was a system that was generating, $200. But today, it's a $200 billion, system. That's a joy to us. That brings pride to us. And everybody, even our unborn children, will benefit from it.
All right, so what he said is that the government should actually answer, from sports business. There's sports and then there's the business of sports. So the government should actually be actively involved in sports. But the business of sports, he thinks, that the government, should actually, hands off, from it. And being in government for like 6 years now, I also agree that, and that's why I said that the government has no business doing business. But, the responsibility of the government is to ensure that they create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And, I believe so strongly that, when they do this, we'll definitely, reap, better, rewards, from, the engagement, of sports, especially, with, the private, entities. Because, with them, there's more sustainability. With them, there's more, organization. With them, there's more, consistency in the running and the affairs of things. For a government, soldier goes, soldier comes. There's a new government, 4 years today. It could be another government entirely the next 4 years. This one that, left, who was maybe, very interested in sports. Now, actually, the one coming might not, be interested in sports. So all the investment, every investment that has been made actually goes, south. just because of this new person doesn't have interest or feels that, oh, you know what, why are you talking about, sports when we have, agriculture, when we have agribusiness, when we have, commerce and all, not knowing that all these things, there is a place, for each, of these sectors,
Okay,
and
sir.
none is subservient over the other. Yeah, so I mean, intentionality. That's what we really need to do. Intentionality. If we want grassroots sports to actually grow, what do we need to do? We need to actually take sports and then also take the infrastructure of sports to the people. I mean, so that they have a platform that they can actually use to express these their talents. And how can there be expression of talent if you don't have like a warehouse that actually I mean holds these people together, that actually help them to groom so that they can actually soar. So I feel that I mean we should actually increase in the projects, the PPP project, the private public partnership projects in our various community. It's not what the government can do alone, so we have to bring in private investors, private entrepreneurs who will be able to see the need in that system, and the government will also ensure them the according security that will come with it, that when I put my money in this is the security I have. It's not that I put my money in so-so's administration, and by the time it comes to Tamedo's administration, my investment, they tell me that it's gone and it's nothing to so I mean those are the things that I think that we should do. We should actually see it as a continuum, a business that should actually continue irrespective of which sheriff is in town.
So I think that everywhere in the world, is really the role of government to provide an enabling environment for businesses in all sectors to thrive. But because this event is about sports and the business of it, I think that to a large extent, the Lagos State government has been at the forefront, in facilitating the development of sports in Lagos. I mean, you could think of the accelerator program for, sportsmen in grassroots communities, and then some of the initiatives even discussed at the conference. But there's always room for improvement, and I can tell for a fact that under the leadership of the Honorable Commissioner, working under the governor, Governor Abajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, I can tell that there's
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the social listening segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show, where we analyze top trends across social media platforms. I am Norma Wona, and joining me in the studio this morning is Mr. Obidike Okafor, our in-house analyst. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Obidike.
Thank you for having me.
How has your day been going?
Well, apart from the rain, it's been fine.
Wow. The last time we spoke, it was virtually. What did you bring back for us from the abroad?
Abroad. Okay. I brought back myself.
Okay. Thank you so much for bringing back yourself. Today, let's start off with the disturbing video in Lagos showing a female commercial driver crying out for justice after she was assaulted and beaten by a dog while trying to prevent the theft of her vehicle's battery. In the viral video circulating on Tuesday, the woman could be seen in tears, her face visibly swollen, as she recounts how the thug boarded her vehicle under the guise of a passenger near the Oriental Hotel, claiming he was heading to the Nigerian law school. According to the victim, she became suspicious when she caught a glimpse of him through her rearview mirror, allegedly attempting to remove her car battery. When she confronted him, he reportedly launched a violent attack, beating her, tearing her clothes, and physically dragging her in public. Let's see some of the tweets and the video as well. Oluwatosin Adeyemi says, "This is uncalled for. While I'm happy that women are now taking their place in terms of gender equality, This animalistic act of the thug will dampen the spirit of women who are seeking this opportunity. Mo says, this is the fruit of entrenching thuggery in a society. The way everyone just walked past indicates that we have normalized such behaviors. We are now numb to such acts. Imagine an old man like this stealing battery in broad daylight. Imagine what he will do at night. And Mo 6 says, the very foundation of Lagos is built on thugs. Thugs and cults threaten anything good in Lagos. I pray the lady gets justice. Flying Scholar also says, this is deeply disturbing. I hope the state government takes action to stop these thugs from harassing drivers. It's even worse when the victim is a woman who may not have the strength to fight back. All right, we are going back to the studio. I would like to get your reaction from all of this. Mr. Obidike, what do you have to say on this particular matter?
Well, like you rightfully, like one of the people who tweeted rightfully said, we live in a society, especially in Lagos, thuggery is like, you know, 5 and 6 with Lagos. You have thugs everywhere. You have people who, like when you drive a commercial vehicle in Lagos, you have people who, you know, harass you, ask you for money. And then what makes it even a little bit more worrisome is when it's a woman, you expect that for nothing else. One, these so-called thugs have mothers who give birth to them. So I feel because of how dangerous this, you know, being a commercial driver in Lagos is, I feel when you see female commercial drivers, the first thing you should do is to think of how to protect them, even as thugs, because it's easier for the thugs themselves to protect the female drivers than waiting for police or anything, because they know they will now be like, leave these ones alone, you know, these are our drivers, don't touch them and all that. But when it's like a jungle out there and they just leave you to your own, whatever you face it by yourself, it becomes a problem. Like somebody noticed in the video, as the one was, you know, fighting for her livelihood from somebody who wanted to literally steal it away from her. People are just walking past because in their minds, all these thugs, all these people that just, you know, because they put everybody in the same category. Anybody who is a commercial driver, people tend to look down on them, and it's wrong. People are just trying to make a living. People, instead of, you know, doing
that, even without her being a commercial driver, speaking from the point of a woman, when you are faced with harassment, the way society just like ignores you, it's like, oh, maybe she's lying, or maybe let's see. Like I've had a situation where someone had attacked me on the street, like just there, and people were just watching. And when, you know, I had gotten out of the situation, everyone was just like, do you know him? Like, are you his friend? I'm like, why would my friend randomly attack me? You get? So for me, the point that I'm seeing it from is the fact that we do not have a culture where we look out for each other. We do not have that culture. And when people always say, oh, men are protectors, I don't like to, like, I don't like to go down that path, because when you are attacked, nobody comes for you.
Well, I tend to not totally agree with you, because I've seen situations, I've lived in Lagos like all my whole life, and I've seen different aspects. I've seen aspects of where the women defended themselves. I've seen where a commercial driver attacked a woman, and the woman super kicked him and he passed out. I've seen situations where women were harassed, and not just women, but everybody around there came to her defense, and all those kind of things. And I've also seen situations where people were, a woman was being harassed and everything, and people just walked on by, because in their mind, it might be boyfriend and girlfriend. Because unfortunately, that is generally the silly mentality a lot of people have. When they see a man and a woman fighting, they're always like, maybe it's husband and wife, boyfriend and girlfriend.
Even at that, in order to stop abuse,
when someone is attacking someone, whether they are in a romantic relationship or
Or
whether
not.
they are
People
not
should
in,
always
people should
try
always
to
try to, you know,
find out what the
yes,
situation is.
instead
And
of just assuming. And okay, let's assume that okay, they're in a romantic relationship and someone is getting beaten up in that situation. We should not normalize it.
no, I agree. I think in other parts of Nigeria, I don't think it's as bad as it is in Lagos. I think people are in other parts of Nigeria, people pay more attention to it. But Lagos is such a bustling place. People are always in a hurry. People are always late for something. So sometimes you just look and pass and all of that. But if you go to other places where life is a little bit slower, not as fast as Lagos, people tend to stop and try to that kind of let's find out what the problem is. Let's do another one. I feel sorry for her. I really praise that
Honestly,
she gets justice
I
because
really feel bad for
it's
her.
not fair. It's not fair on her. You
Very
don't
unfair.
know anything that happens to her affects the people who rely on her for their daily living. So.
Okay, all right. Let's move on to the next story. This time, the Abia State government has threatened to sack any school head or principal who sabotages its free education policy by charging illegal fees and levies. Commissioner of Information Prince Oke Kanu, while briefing newsmen, explained that education is free from primary to junior secondary 3 in all public schools across the state. He warned principals and heads of schools who superstitiously collect school fees and levies despite the state government's free education policy to brace up for heavy sanctions. Let's see what people are saying about this on Twitter. So Otuvu says, sack them immediately, Mr. Governor, because there are so many well-meaningful educated graduates who's are way too ready to take upon these jobs and deliver them sincerely than these corrupt officials. One Phuket says, good development, but hope the governor will provide those little funds for maintenance and running of the school. Okay, Mr. BDK, I think the last time we spoke, we were also talking about Abia State. Just fun fact out there, I'm also from Abia State, and every time I hear like news from there, I feel extremely happy with the developments that are going on. But I want to get your reaction on this. Do you think it's a good development?
There was a time in one of the reasons why the Southwest, and I'm going from Southwest, one of the reasons why the Southwest has a high number of educated people was in the 60s and 70s. They gave free education, primary school, I think up to secondary school, I'm not too sure, but I know there was quite like free education and everything. And in recent times, some people want to try and see how free education, because education is key.
Exactly.
Education is how people get empowered. You need some level of education to be able to understand your world better. What the governor of Abia State is doing is laudable. Unfortunately, we live also in a country where people take advantages of things for their own selfish benefit. So I'm not surprised that this kind of thing is happening. One of the biggest places where corruption is at its highest, anywhere in Nigeria, state level, federal government level, is civil service. Civil service, I served in Kaduna. I can tell you for free, the local government that I was in, if you go to local government every day, you don't see anybody in any of the offices. Wow. Then on the day when they are supposed to pay salaries, then you just be seeing all the offices are all of a sudden they are all filled up with people and all of that. So it's a terrible thing, and it happens. I'm sorry, but for the governor, it's going to be an uphill task, because if he wants this thing to work, he might have to fire everybody or at least 90% of the people in Ministry of Education who will manage it, because I can bet you that almost all of them, it's not their fault in a way, because that is how the system is. They came there and they met it like that, and they just continued. So first of all, the system needs to be, really sanitized. Everybody, there needs to be a reorientation. They need to unlearn and relearn, because they've learned wrong things from the beginning and they can't help it. So no matter how much the governor, screams and shouts and talks and everything, these things will still happen. They might catch one or two scapegoats and chase them away, but it will still happen. It's in the system.
This thing you just said now reminded me of one tweet I think I saw some months ago, where someone said that in order for Nigeria to move forward, unfortunately, some people have to die. Like, we have to kill off some people, and it is so sad because this man is trying to provide free education, and then there are just a few people that are like, no, we're not going to allow these students to have the free education. I'm one of those that were privileged to attend like private schools, the top private schools back in Abia State, and you could see the clear difference between us and those who went to school. Like, we could be going to school and those my peers would be going to school with like knives and holes in their backpack, and like when they arrive school, they are going straight to the farm. They are not learning like normal curriculum that every other person is learning to like attain the right skills that they're supposed to have. And on top of that, they are still paying, like they are paying some money to go to school. Yeah, so it's so sad. And now to see that things are trying to move forward and there are a group of people that are like, okay, they're going to pull them back, it's such a sad thing. But I wish him well.
I wish him well
that this plan that he has will actually come into fruition and it will not be ruined by some bad eggs. Do you have any other thing to say on this story?
I'll just say I wish the governor of Abia State has, I'm not giving him like 100% pass mark, but the man has been making effort to try to improve the state, which is a good thing. But I can tell you that this free education thing and all these challenges he's facing, it's going to be an uphill task, but I hope he's capable and up to it.
Okay. Thank you so much for your insight, Mr. BDK. It's always a pleasure to have you.
It's always a pleasure to come.
So this is all we can take for today. Please stay tuned for more updates. I am Norma Obona. Until next time.
Trump tariffs went into effect at midnight, including an expected 104% tariff on China. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection said it is prepared to begin collecting country-specific tariffs from 86 U.S. trade partners starting at 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time. Hello, this is Global Business Insights, where we take a deeper look at the headlines, the business headlines moving markets all over the world. First, let's look at some of the main stories today. Meta is asking Instagram users under 16 to get parental permission to view some live streamed features and will in future blur images thought to contain nudity in the messages of under 16s. Meta would also extend its teen accounts, which filter content and restrict contact lists on Instagram to Facebook and Messenger. Italy's state railway company Trenitalia is launching a high-speed service connecting London and Paris, working with Evolene, a Spanish startup. Trenitalia's parent company, FS Group, is investing $1.1 billion to create a real alternative to air travel. Yesterday, technology stocks bounced back after 3 rocky trading sessions, encouraged by rising optimism that Trump could potentially negotiate some tariff deals with world leaders. Nvidia led the Magnificent Seven group's gains, rallying about 7%. 10 of the S&P 500's 11 sectors were in positive territory most of the day, with financials and tech among the best performers. Only energy was always lower as oil prices continued to slide. But US stocks still tumbled in late afternoon trading, ending lower after the White House said it will move forward on a threat to bring the overall tariff rate on China to 104%, and that they did at midnight. European markets yesterday also closed broadly higher, breaking a 4-day losing streak. Trump said he had a great call with Han Duck-soo, acting president of South Korea, and a delegation from Seoul was on its way to the U.S. to begin a trade negotiation on reducing tariffs, reducing also the deficit borne by the U.S. by large-scale purchase of U.S. LNG and other matters, including payment for military protection provided to South Korea. The European Commission has also said that it is ready to discuss replacing Russian LNG by buying more from the US as part of trade talks with the Trump administration. Europe, however, do not want to be dependent on a single source for its energy, including the US. The UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer said on Monday that they could secure an economic partnership with the US to dodge the 10% tariffs imposed on British exports to the United States. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent also has been fueling hopes that trade deals could be made, thus improving the market mood. In a recent interview, he clarified that Trump will be personally involved in negotiations which, if successful, could see tariffs melting like ice cubes. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing could be facing an over $1 billion fine to settle a U.S. export control investigation over a chip it made that ended up inside a Huawei AI processor. The U.S. Department of Commerce has been investigating TSMC's work for China-based SoftGo after a TSMC-made chip matched one found in Huawei's high-end Ascend 910B artificial intelligence processor. My deep dive is on a new era of dissatisfaction. The world's largest economy has in recent times seen a seismic shift, political shift that has puzzled many. The declining support for the Democratic Party among working class voters that led to Trump 2.0 reflected a deep disenchantment with an economic system that, if the truth be told, under both parties, concentrated wealth at the very top, enabled the growth of the financial sector and global stock markets at the expense of the rest of the economy, trapped people and countries in inescapable cycles of debt, and deprioritized the well-being of billions of not just Americans but people all over the world. In other parts of the world, like in Europe and the UK, high inflation driven by supply factors played out as COVID and a war in Ukraine complicated supply scenarios, drained wallets, and intensified the discontent. In Africa, the promise of stable democracies in the large economic hubs of South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, and so on has not led to the broad economic well-being many had expected. The political evolution, some say, need time to play out and mature. Others say it is not delivering the vision simply because it cannot. In the US, Trump's grand new experiment that has been extensively derided by the best of minds as reckless comes at a time of deep hunger for a different path, which should start with admitting that the old order was not working for the majority. If you study how change works, there are two issues. First, the demand aspects of change, and the other is the issue of supply. Where the demand and hunger for change way exceeds the supply of a new appropriate course of action, the gap can lead to deeper dissatisfaction, but also patience with methods and ways that are odd, but many hope will lead to a new direction and mature into something better. The elephant in the room is that those who have opposed Trumpism are still weak on alternative proposals and still blind to the dissatisfaction that birthed a different movement. It is a good thing that Europe has woken up on the need to be more competitive, to spend more to defend itself, and be less reliant on a wealthier cousin across the ocean. They have Trumpism to thank for being dropped from the cozy nest and allowed to fly on wings they already had. For Africa, analysts are also right in saying the tariff blitz doing what years of diplomacy haven't, and that is to push African nations to double down on their stalled free trade pact. It could serve as a long overdue wake-up call for the continent to speed up efforts toward deeper intra-African trade under the African Continental Free Trade Area Pact. While new tariffs are playing out and markets are gyrating and more complain about this and that, I see the vacuum in alternative visions that admit the failings of the past, but also alternatives that are compelling to show that the past and today's corrections are unlikely to lead to that golden era. Today's actions could be good in that they are distant from an old order and erase old paradigms of the past, like aid to Africa enmeshed in corruption, or an imperfect free trade myth where trade was never really free and was biased to serve some better, or a China rising amid totalitarianism and state-led dictatorial foundations, or Africa hopping one step forward and sometimes many steps backward. Also, saying no to the past and dissatisfaction with the status quo could make it easier for better solutions and better ideas to emerge. However, burning Teslas is a stupid response, and the toxic rhetoric to demonize and pray the new US administration fails is infantile and does not move any needle. Asking to pause Trump's orders will also most likely not be heard. And this especially if we do not accept that the old order was not working for many people, many less advantaged on Main Street and many other forgotten streets. Don't expect any sympathy for Wall Street from Main Street when it stumbles occasionally amid its apparently resilient multi-year unassailable ascent. We are in an era of dissatisfaction, still awaiting a new vision, and we are not talking of left or right. We are not talking of a vision that will not disturb Wall Street and the money machine of today's billionaires who milk it. The mood of markets should really have very little to do with needed solutions that will improve the well-being of ordinary people. We will pursue this theme in subsequent chats. Kenya's central bank yesterday cut its policy rate for the fifth meeting in a row by 75 basis points to 10%. It was an unexpected move aimed at further stimulating private sector lending. Later today, the EU votes on a proposal to impose retaliatory tariffs of up to 25% on 21 billion euros worth of US imports, which could trigger an even more aggressive response from Washington. South Korea announced 3 trillion won, that's $2 billion of additional support for its automobile industry in response to the 25% tariff from the US earlier this month. Other measures include financial support for automakers as well as discounts and tax cuts. Perhaps the biggest loser from tariffs on China is Apple. Apple has lost its title as the world's most valuable public company to Microsoft after the stock slid a day before steep tariffs on Chinese imports took effect. Trump has also signed an executive order that triples the previously announced tariff rates on low-value packages exported to the US from China via the International Postal System. The new rate will be 90% of the shipment's value, or $75, rising to $150 after June 1. Trump also said his long-promised tariffs on pharmaceutical drugs will be coming soon, the latest signal that he plans to press ahead with more sectoral tariffs despite market fallout from his global levies. Late yesterday, Trump had said China is manipulating the Chinese yuan to offset against tariffs, adding that he expects China to reach an agreement with the US on trade eventually. US Republican Senate leaders also weighed in on the need to quickly conclude negotiations that will reduce tariffs across board and reduce the risk of economic pains. Earlier, United States Trade Representative Jamieson Greer had said during the Senate Finance Committee hearing that they are currently in talks with 50 or so countries about tariffs. Also in the US later in the day, Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond President Tom Barkin is scheduled to speak, and we also get minutes of the latest FOMC, that's the Federal Open Market Committee meeting, both shedding clues on the interest rate path of the apex bank. Asia-Pacific markets were mostly lower as US country-specific tariffs come into effect, also as momentum towards negotiations pick up. Oil prices resumed its downward plunge down to the lowest in more than 4 years in early trade on demand concerns, not helped by ballooning trade tensions. This morning, Brent Standard was flirting with $60 per barrel. It's under $61 as we speak. And in Europe, stocks are mostly lower, opening with the FTSE 100 falling about 2.5%, dragged down by miners and financials, while the FTSE 250 is also 1.8% lower at open. And just in, we gather that China's top leaders are meeting early today to discuss measures to boost the economy and stabilize the capital markets. Indeed, it's been a busy week so far, and markets continue to be rattled, and negotiations and more tariffs apparently still playing out. Indeed, the bumpy ride on markets continue as we also see US futures erasing their decline in early morning trade. Well, that's all on this episode of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
We live in a world of artificial intelligence. Things are a bit much easier now for us. It might be tough for us to go back to already established talents to track them. But with the new ones here, that's why you see our fintech and all of them flourishing. We just need to tap into that technology of AI, and it will help out. It's there already, you get, and it will help keep data. Data is the new currency. And once you have data, why some of the scouts abroad are a bit wary of touching some of our talents is because there's no data. You understand? So they're just going with your word. Yes, it's a talent, we see that, but we would like to see his data because it helps us also, and I'm talking as a European or someone from the abroad, as we like to say. It helps them to say, at this age to this age, these were some of the traits we saw. So that gives us an idea that if we put this through, we know what the outcome will look like. Because now we live in a world where you can determine outcomes. So for all of that to happen, I think we need to start taking our data very seriously. I don't know if people are willing to invest in that. That is another question again to ask. If we want to build talent, you have to be able to track this talent no matter where they are. Somebody must be able to be anywhere in Afghanistan, and you can get on an app and track whatever talent you want to track, and you can see the progress over time. So I think therein lies the dilemma we are in. Question is, are they ready to make that investment into that technology and see that they can mine data for athletes and talents, and you have this data, you can take them anywhere in the world. You have something to say, this is what their progression looks like. It's not much of a media thing per se. It's much of the administrators of the sports. You do not feel, oh, because we're a sport, media must come. You must understand that at the very core of sports is media. If your event is not being covered, you're just having fun. You are no different from somebody who's playing street football somewhere with his friends. You're just having fun. If you understand that as an administrator, now remember, the whole idea of the media is to document your events and your programs and all of the things you're doing. So there's an archive. Remember, you're not going to be there all your life. You're going to leave that seat. Someone else is going to step in. There's something they can work with. They can look at this and say, okay, this was what was done. This is the next level we need to take it into. So the issue is not media as in media. The issue is the owners of the sports. What's their drive? Where is their vision? Where are they headed? What they want to do? And that determines how they need to showcase it. So it's there. Media should be at every core of every sport, not necessarily a football thing. Football is football, and it would always be football. There's some great football tournament that you don't even hear of because it's not covered. So every sport must take its media arm very seriously. Social media is such a powerful platform now that you as a sport needs to look at what makes us unique, what makes us stand out, and start to tell your own story. Tell your own story in your own unique way. You don't need to have some crazy camera, expensive. No, just have a good phone. Do you understand? Record it creatively. Edit. You can edit on your phone now. There are apps that can help you edit easily. Edit it and start. You don't need to buy social media space. You don't need to buy Instagram. You're not paying for it. You don't need to buy TikTok. You're not paying for it. And right there, start telling your story. We've seen people who have gone viral and have had input, not even from different people, even from people you have no idea of. Just because they heard your story, loved your story, and they say, you know what, I want to partner with you on this one. Once you start doing that, you like it or not, mainstream media will actually, okay, we heard something is going on. They want to be part of it also. So it's all down to the sports itself. I'm quite excited. I accepted to come. I think Business Day is onto something. I don't know what it is, but in my spirit, I feel it. That I feel a sense of optimism. Because there's a dark, and everybody was saying, oh, every time Wall is reporting the, negativity, because there's a lot of it. There's just too much of it. Can't we just talk on one positivity? It's nice, but there's 200 negativities. So even if you want to push out it's just hard. I'm very positive. I always look at the cup half full. In fact, I don't look at the cup half full. I look at the fact that there's at least water in the cup to start with. You understand? Half full or not. So I feel very strongly that with what has been kickstarted here, it's the first time Business Day is, having this event. I'm sure some of the speakers who couldn't make it will see the outcome of this and regret that they didn't make it. And they will be the ones calling, when is the next one? This is early year. You can do it twice a year. You can even do it 3 times a year. Business Day, be ready for that. And people will want to be a part of this. And maybe by the time we tend to put our heads together, remember, 2 good heads, not 2 heads. 2 good heads. Always better than 1. By the time we put it together, we know the problem of our sports. We know what the problems are. We just need the testicular fortitude. For those who know, they know. The testicular fortitude to face it head on and deal with it decisively. It's simple. It's really, really simple. As long as we make up our mind that, nobody should be benefiting from the decadence and the despair of the ecosystem called sports. As long as we agree on that and everybody takes it seriously, everybody will enjoy at the end of the day because we're going to build a thriving ecosystem. And somebody can say in Harvard, let's take a look at Nigeria's sporting system. I mean, this was a system that was generating, $200. But today, it's a $200 billion, system. That's a joy to us. That brings pride to us. And everybody, even our unborn children, will benefit from it.
All right, so what he said is that the government should actually answer, from sports business. There's sports and then there's the business of sports. So the government should actually be actively involved in sports. But the business of sports, he thinks, that the government, should actually, hands off, from it. And being in government for like 6 years now, I also agree that, and that's why I said that the government has no business doing business. But, the responsibility of the government is to ensure that it creates an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And, I believe so strongly that, when they do this, we'll definitely, reap, better, rewards, from, the engagement, of sports, especially, with, the private, entities. Because, with them, there's more sustainability. With them, there's more, organization. With them, there's more, consistency in the running and the affairs of things. For a government, soldier goes, soldier comes. There's a new government, 4 years today. It could be another government entirely the next 4 years. This one that, left, who was maybe, very interested in sports, Now, actually, the one coming might not, be interested in sport. So all the investment, every investment that has been made, actually goes, south. Just because of this new person doesn't have interest or feels that, oh, you know what? Why are you talking about, sports when we have, agriculture, when we have agribusiness, when we have, commerce and all, not knowing that all these things, there is a place, for each, of these sectors,
Okay,
and
sir.
none is subservient over the other. Yeah, so I mean, intentionality. That's what we really need to do. Intentionality. If we want grassroots sports to actually grow, what do we need to do? We need to actually take sports and then also take the infrastructure of sports to the people. I mean, so that they have a platform, that they can actually use to express, this their talents. And how can there be, expression of, talent if, you don't have, like a warehouse that actually, holds, these people, together, that actually help them to groom, so that they can actually soar. So I feel that, we, should actually increase in the projects, the PPP project, the private, public partnership, projects, in our various, community. It's not what the government can do alone. So we have to bring in, private investors, private, entrepreneurs who will be able to see, the need, in that system. And, the government will also ensure them the according, security, that will come, with it, that when I put my money in this is the security I have. It's not that I put my money, in so-so's, administration, and by the time it comes to Tamedo's administration, my investment, they tell me that it's gone and it's nothing to, so, I mean, those are the things, that I think that we should do. We should actually, see it as, a continuum, a business that should actually, continue irrespective of, which, sheriff is in town.
So I think that
watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
On the 2nd of April, the United States announced a range of tariffs on imports into their country, a day that the President Donald Trump termed Liberation Day. There was a blanket 10% tariffs on 60 countries. However, some of these countries saw higher tariff figures. African countries were not left out of what I would term the tariff lagis, as Lesotho saw a 50% tariff, South Africa a 30% tariff, and our country Nigeria a 14% tariff. What does Nigeria have to lose? What does Africa have to gain? On the show this morning, we look at some of these policies. Welcome to Economy and Market, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of market and economic activities. I'm David Olujimi, your host. On the 2nd of April, President Donald Trump declared what he called the Liberation Day, a sweeping move to impose tariffs on imports from 60 countries. While the baseline was a 10% tariff, some countries faced steeper tariffs, among them African economies like Lesotho with 50%, South Africa with 30%, and Nigeria with 14% found themselves in the crosshairs. So what does this bring? What does this mean for Nigeria? Let's break it down. Nigeria's 14% tariffs target key exports like cocoa and textile and even oil-derived products for an economy already grappling with inflation, currency pressures, and a reliance on crude oil, which notably was not directly hit. This could dent non-oil export ambitions. Small and medium enterprises banking on access to the US market may face shrinking margins. Some may even face job losses, and let's not forget, investors are watching this unfold, and some of them may eventually hesitate. We are in a period where Nigeria is trying to increase its output of crops like cocoa and some other agricultural outputs, and we are looking on how we can send some of these things over to the United States. Africa's story isn't just about losses, but our story is not just about how much we may lose. History shows us that protectionist policies often force economies to innovate. For example, South Africa has a tariff on steel and aluminium. The 30% tariff on South Africa's steel and aluminium exports to America, it may hurt, but it also highlights the urgency of diversifying their trade partners. Now, this tariff brings into context the African Continental Free Trade Area, which now looks more vital than ever. Imagine African countries now increasing their trade with each other, adding value to raw materials domestically before exporting. For example, turning cocoa into chocolate, cotton into garments. Basically, that's how tariffs could inadvertently spoil industrialization for African countries. Can African governments act fast enough? Basically, Nigeria struggles with infrastructure bottlenecks and bureaucratic red tapes. All of this is no secret. Without urgent reform, reliable power, port efficiency, access to credit, the opportunity here remains theoretical. And let's ask the uncomfortable question. Are these tariffs a wake-up call or just another hurdle in a system stacked against emerging economies? What's the way forward? Nigeria and Africa must play the long game. Negotiate exemptions where possible, but also double down on regional integration and value-added industries. We need to now also increase partnership with EU, China, and India to offset US market risk. More importantly, invest in productivity. If this movement, some people have the opinion that if this movement pushes African leaders to tackle corruption, upgrade infrastructure, and empower local industries, then probably these tariffs won't be a death knell, but just a catalyst. On the show this morning, we'll be discussing with Aniekan Joseph, a public policy analyst and vice president at Life Bank. Good morning, Aniekan.
Good afternoon, and David, good morning.
Yeah, so I'm going to start. First tariffs they are definitely going to undermine the African Growth and Opportunity Act. That's the AGOA Act that was signed, I think, in 1996 between African countries and the US. So what does this mean for US-Africa trade dynamics?
Interesting question. The AGOA, in my estimation, was an act of kindness to sub-Saharan Africa by the US.
Okay.
To say, hey guys, you are struggling. Let us give you an opportunity to understand markets, build value chain that can then create some sort of catalysis to help you seek further trade benefits. AGOA took effect in 2000. It is likely to expire September 2025. In 25 years, what has sub-Saharan Africa, specifically Nigeria, been able to do specifically what capacities in trade, value chain analysis, logistical operations, integration of technology, in the last 25 years, have we learned enough to be competitive? We have to look at it and say, perhaps not. Because if we've been given this free opportunity for 25 years and we've not been really able to optimize, what are the chances that we can now compete when the time comes? I think, quite frankly, that the AGOA was a gift, and the tariff, which may come across as negative in this moment, will be the better gift, because it does appear that when something is free, it may not be valued.
Okay. I like that last part. When something is free, it may not be valued. Now we are pushed into a position where we may now have to, by force, look at how we can go around the tariff. So basically, over a significant portion of Nigeria's exports to the United States are oil related, crude oil and the likes. How will this tariff accelerate Nigeria's diversification into non-oil sectors? Or do you think it may just push us away from even looking at anything oil, non-oil exports? How do you think this is going to play for Nigeria's diversification into non-oil sectors like agriculture and manufacturing?
That's an interesting question, David. Again, we may be assuming that this tariff is going to force us to do something that we have not been able to do for decades. And we just need to ask ourselves the question, have we been able to process tomato from the north down south? Have we been able to effectively transport petroleum materials across the country, other agricultural materials? Agricultural waste is incredibly huge, even today as we speak in 2025. So the reality is, because we have not been able to optimize trade internally within the nation, we have not been able to optimize trade regionally within West Africa, what makes us think that we can optimize trade globally? Nigeria, for instance, is not optimized for global trade because we only trade or export via Lagos ports. And we have the capacity to have several ports across our Atlantic shoreline and specialize those ports. But we've not done that. So the reality is, yes, a good percentage of our trade is oil, but because we've not built the habit internally to trade competently, it is quite unlikely that we are going to learn now. This is because we are still enjoying the benefits of oil and its subsidiary trade, which is a significant part of our revenue. So we are still in that state of inertia when it comes to building capacity for trade internally, regionally, and of course, internationally.
You're not offering, you're not, it doesn't look like it's a very hopeful situation. The way you are, the way you are going about it doesn't look like we have so much hope. When you say we're in a state of inertia, it means that we're in a state of absolute rest, kind of. One thing I would also want to talk about, so you talked about the fact that Nigeria is not optimized for internal trade. I noticed something. I've always thought, it's always been an idea in my head about the fact that how Nigeria tariffs itself. So I think we have some form of export tariffs in Nigeria. So, for example, I think that was earlier this year, the Oyo State announced new taxes. If you want to carry any food product above a particular quantity out of Oyo State, you're going to pay a particular tax amount. They implemented it, I think that was last year, December or November. Very late last year. It's the same thing with most of the states in Nigeria. First of all, when you are bringing anything into their state, you pay taxes. When you are taking anything out of their state, so in Nigeria we have import tariffs from, let's say, from Kogi State to FCT. Then you have export tariffs from Ondo State to, let's say, Ogun State. It's a very weird dynamic, and I don't know. What's your take on it? Do you think that we should probably look inward and begin to look at how we can optimize internal trade before we begin to reason how we can now start to optimize external trade?
David, you're absolutely right. Again, if you do not know, if you have not learned how to write your ABCs, you're unlikely to write a book.
Okay.
So being fluent in internal trade gives you the muscle memory, the infrastructure, the systems, the competencies, the personnel to be able to execute it regionally. And then with little lessons learned, you are likely to do it globally. That said, as a matter of fact, the tariffs you have mentioned across state lines are not the biggest concerns. As a matter of fact, if we had safety, security, and infrastructure, most producers will be willing and happy to pay those prices. So there are even more significant tariffs that are a function of weak state capacity that people have to pay.
Wonderful. Okay. Now, I was looking at something. So basically, we saw yesterday the U.S. Trade Representative Office, they made a statement about how Nigeria's import ban on certain goods are some of the policies that have driven them to do what they've done. And I also paid attention to some of the goods that Nigeria exports that we import from the US. When I looked at it, I looked at some of our biggest imports from the US. We have wheat, we have cars, gadgets, and all of those basically we have tariffs on wheat, we have tariffs on cars, we have tariffs on gadgets. But basically most of the other things we import, aircrafts, I think steel, they are basically tariff-free. Do you think we have the leverage for a reciprocal tariff system? Is Nigeria in that position do we have that leverage? Are we like EU, or are we like China, or we are probably like Taiwan, who will just go to US and say, don't worry, we are removing all our tariffs?
If wheat were not in that list, we may be able to force a negotiation, for instance. But you know, David, that wheat is critical to the staple nutrition
of Nigerians,
of the majority of the multidimensionally poor Nigerians. As a matter of fact, wheat is a commodity that has national security consequence. So if wheat were not in that capacity, we would say that our export cost is positioned to benefit the 1% of Nigerians who are importing vehicles from the US, either for business or personal purposes. However, because of the component of wheat, you are forced to have to take this bitter pill. If we are going to change that, we now need to take a look at what it would take, for instance, to collaborate with other nations that are strong in wheat trade, or look internally to say what percentage of wheat consumption can we take up locally.
Okay. So basically, in your opinion, we don't have that leverage for. We don't have
retaliation is not on the table, unfortunately. No.
Okay. Now, how can African countries leverage on our regional trade to offset some of the losses that may occur from US tariffs? So, for example, I see that about 30 to 40% of all of Lesotho's exports goes to America. 50% of their textile exports goes to America. I think the same thing with Benin Republic. A very large chunk of their textile export goes to America. So basically, how do you think these economies can come together now to begin to ramp up internal trade within themselves to try and offset these losses that may occur from the American tariffs?
I think low hanging fruit has always been a strategy that most people go to. The ability to earn forex has incredible short-term impact in any economy.
Okay.
However, because of the easy access to financing that exporting to countries like Europe and US that have strong currencies have on our economy, we are fixed. It's like a drug. This thing makes sense. Let's continue to do it. If I am going to sell to other countries and the idea is to sell in their local currencies, why take that effort when the impact that the dollar has on my economy might potentially be better? Except, of course, we are going to be willing to denominate that trade in dollar, and then the incentive is stronger. The downside of that is the Africa economy, dollar costs so much to acquire. So it's always better to earn dollar than to buy dollar. And every time economies in Africa have tried to hedge their currency against the dollar, it has always been a losing battle. So for intra-Africa trade to really work, the idea of a strong currency needs to come up. That currency is what now drives the incentive and the motive for intra-trade. So it's easier for me to earn $10,000 than to earn maybe $1 million of a neighbor's currency.
I've always had, so you said something about the strong currency aiding intra-Africa trade. I've always had personally, I've been of the opinion, I've always thought, why can't the Naira, probably within the West African context, fit into helping aiding trade? Do you think our Naira is anywhere close to being the strong currency that can dominate trade in West Africa, not even across Africa, just in West Africa?
Theoretically, absolutely. There's no reason why not. Nigeria has the population, potentially the markets, potentially the diversity of cultures and people indicates that there's going to be a number of unique needs and cultural requirements and demands that will drive the diversity, that will drive the West African economy. Theoretically, yes, we do.
Okay.
However, from a state perspective, there is a capacity issue that investors, especially our West African neighbors, will look at and say, we do not have the consistency in policy, execution, and we have not built the fluency internally. Like I said to you earlier, even intra-trade within the nation, we are struggling with it. How much more, trade within the region? And these are the things that we need to be honest about ourselves to say, it is until certain state-related issues are addressed, then other countries within the region will look at Nigeria and have trust in the systems that we have built, and they can now make a bet on that system. Then the investments will flow.
Okay, so just very lastly, these tariffs, there's a trend of global protectionism. We've seen it with China. China has very weird tariffs. India has very wonderful, the word I use is wonderful. They have very wonderful tariff system. Basically, we have this trend of protectionism. I think America coming up with this tariff system brings all of it to the front line, and it's making it look like, oh, this thing did not exist before, but it exists. So what lessons can be learned from past trade wars? Do we have any trend of trade wars that have taught us lessons that we can learn from?
Obviously, when we look to history, we can learn lessons. The downside of looking back in history is that the contexts are not the same.
Yes.
So while the situation is understood, the contexts are different, and making a direct comparison will not be fair. I'll give you an instance. When the US started dishing out all of this free trade to the rest of the world, it didn't have 300 million population. It didn't have several wars it was fighting, and it didn't have 22 trillion in debt. Now, America is in debt, is struggling with employment of its people. There is a drug addiction problem. There is a mental health problem. And it needs to give its people an opportunity to be gainfully employed. America's middle class in the last 30 years has been decimated. It needs to be rebuilt. So when you compare the context, you will recognize now that for America, it's caring about its people in the way African leaders need to care about her people.
Okay, wow, that's a lot to unfold. But thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Anieka Joseph. It's been
Always
an
a pleasure.
insightful conversation having you here.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David.
To our viewers, thank you for tuning into Economy and Markets this morning. It's been great having you here. We'll see you again on Friday. Have a wonderful day.
You are watching Business Day Television. watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obunna. First, let's see what's making headlines this afternoon. NNPC crude suspension to Dangote refinery affected OPEC output, report says. NLC hints at plans to take over Labour Party offices. Court blocks Rivers administrator from appointing local government area coordinators. Africa losing $88.6 billion annually to corruption, ECOWAS says. Victor Osimhen to announce summer club decision this month. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the decision of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to suspend crude supply to the Dangote and other refineries has affected the output of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, in March. According to reports, OPEC oil output fell in March as Nigeria curbed deliveries to domestic refineries as supply from Nigeria, Iran, and Venezuela fell by 50,000 BPD each. OPEC pumped 26.63 million barrels per day in March, down to 110,000 BPD from February. The report revealed that the supply was delayed by the NNPC over the failure of both parties to agree on payment terms. And moving on, the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has put its members nationwide on alert as it plans to take over Labour Party offices across the country. The NLC, in a statement signed by the President, Joe Ajero, revealed that the action has become necessary following the refusal of the Julius Abure-led leadership to accept and implement the Supreme Court's judgment. The NLC insisted that following the Supreme Court judgment, Abure and members of his National Working Committee are not recognized by law as constituting the leadership of the Labour Party. The statement added that Julius Abure has been releasing press statements rejecting the straightforward pronouncement of the Supreme Court and insisting that his leadership of the Labour Party remains intact. And to end the local news, the Federal High Court in Port Harcourt has issued an order preventing Ibok Ete Ibas, the sole administrator of Rivers State, from appointing coordinators to oversee the state's 23 local government areas. Judge Amadou Mohammed granted the restraining order on Monday following an ex parte application filed by PILEX Center for Civic Education Initiative, a civil society organization led by Courage Nsirimovu. The CSO requested an order of interim injunction restraining the respondent, his agents, or anyone acting through him or his authority from appointing the sole administrator or whatever name so called for the 23 local government areas of Rivers State. After hearing the motion presented by the applicant's lawyer, A.O. Imiete, the judge ruled that Ibas must appear in court to explain why the application should not be granted. And on the foreign scene, the Economic Community of West African States have identified corruption and financial crimes as major obstacles to the region's economic and social development, calling for stronger institutional capacity to combat the growing threat. The ECOWAS Commissioner for Political Affairs, Abdel Fattah Musa, speaking in Abuja, revealed that despite democratic progress, corruption remains a significant threat to governance and development in many member states. Musa revealed that Africa loses $88.6 billion annually to corruption and illicit financial crimes, adding that these amounts to 3.7% of the continent's GDP. To end the news, Nigeria and Napoli striker Victor Osimhen is expected to announce the club he will join this summer, with the announcement likely to come in April. This is amid ongoing speculation about his future. Osimhen, currently on loan at the Turkish giant Galatasaray, is set to leave Napoli at the end of the current season, with Premier League sides Manchester United, Chelsea, Arsenal and Newcastle reportedly monitoring the prolific forward. The Super Eagles striker has enjoyed a sensational season in Turkey, scoring 28 goals in 32 appearances for Galatasaray. These are the top headlines from the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Stay tuned for more.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month. There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
This conference is catered to addressing the housing deficit and helping us to seize some of the opportunities that we have present.
BusinessDay Media Limited held its annual property investment conference Pre-Invest on the 14th of March. The conference brought together stakeholders, investors, policymakers and innovators to unlock Nigeria's $900 billion real estate market and address the opportunities, challenges, growth and future of the industry. This year's edition is themed The Future of Real Estate, harnessing demographics, urbanization and opportunities amid economic shift. BusinessDay's publisher, Frank Ibohun, delivered a notable welcome address, emphasizing that the real estate sector is no longer just evolving, but redefining the future of Nigeria's non-oil economy.
The real estate sector is not defined by just the data, the GDP data that we talk about or that we hear about. The real estate sector is more crucial, more vital than any data can suggest. Following a recent gross domestic product rebasing by the National Bureau of Statistics, your sector was adjudged to have surpassed the energy sector, the oil and gas sector, to become the third contributor to economic development in Nigeria.
According to PwC 2024 report, the real estate is now one of Africa's most dynamic sectors, with a market value projected to exceed $900 billion by 2030.
The influx of unqualified practitioners is a major challenge confronting the real estate industry within Nigeria and especially in Lagos State. And this has negatively impacted the sector's credibility and growth. With Lagos State being a reflection of Nigeria's urbanization and also one of the fastest growing urban areas in the world economically, the increasing demand for residential, commercial, and industrial properties has given rise to fraudulent practices such as multiple allocations of the same property to different tenants, inflated rent prices, and substandard construction projects. These issues not only discourage investors, but also pose a serious threat to public trust and investor confidence as key elements of property investment in the sector. In Lagos State, we are committed to transforming the real estate industry. As we continue to regulate and professionalize the sector, I urge all stakeholders, investors, developers, and real estate professionals to advocate for ethical practices and also register with the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority to enhance regulation and credibility, as well as foster an environment where real estate investments can thrive safely and sustainably.
The conference captured various solid panel sessions with reputable industry giants.
Government does not have lands anymore, and this has brought creative things. What is our JVs that we do? We partner with families who have family lands but don't have the means to develop it, and we share the apartments. When I say land is not available, I'm talking about vacant land. Lands are occupied, and we have a major regeneration agenda for Lagos State.
We also got a chance to speak to some of the speakers, and they shared their submissions.
One of the key issues with housing is just the cost. The cost of construction is high. The cost of financing is high. The interest rates from our financial institutions are high, and all that adds to the problem of affordability. So in order to resolve that problem, there needs to be policies in place to, number one, address the issue of high cost of building materials. So import substitution, local production and development of the value chain materials will bring down the cost.
Fortunately, in Nigeria, capturing data is, an ordeal, but that is the only thing that is going to actually allow us to understand where we're going as a nation, as an industry, as a market, and capturing that data, whether you're talking about the private sector and individually as real estate companies capturing data in a CRM, or the government capturing data from a survey perspective. Data is the only trend that we need to know about to be able to capture the opportunity that's currently wide open in the market.
99.9% of houses and properties that I see being built disobey the fundamental laws of building. There isn't the infrastructure or the manpower to regulate all these buildings. If I am going to build and invest my money in building, I will pay for the consultants. I will let them do their work and I will listen to them. But then maybe because I am educated and myself, I am a consultant, I cannot tell you the number of people who will not pay for consultancy. And I sit and I listen and I watch them. Most builders now, if you say to them, did you put in a damp-proof course? They don't even know what it means. Meanwhile, we have rising damp. We are a city that is, barely a foot above sea level. So the fault isn't the government. There's enough legislation with the government, and anybody who wants to do the right thing can do the right thing without waiting for government to come and enforce the right thing.
Construction is not an easy job. You have to be competent when you are doing it. If you don't have the competence, employ the competent hand, the project manager, the cost adjuster, the cost people, the country surveyors, the engineers. They must be properly in place. When they are in place, then you get your housing off ground quickly.
The conference was able to capture some of the major challenges that the real estate sector currently faces, with solutions suggested by the speakers present. Attendees also had opportunities to get answers to their questions. Since inception, the Business Day Property Investment Conference, Pre-Invest, has become a crucial tool for insightful deliberations on the future of Nigerian real estate industry, and the organizers remain unrelenting in making sure that the conference continues to address the needs of the masses.
We live in a world of artificial intelligence. Things are a bit much easier now for us. It might be tough for us to go back to already established talents to track them. But with the new ones here, that's why you see our fintech and all of them flourishing. We just need to tap into that technology of AI, and it will help out. It's there already, you get, and it will help keep data. Data is the new currency. And once you have data, why some of the scouts abroad are a bit wary of touching some of our talents is because there's no data. You understand? So they're just going with your word. Yes, it's a talent, we see that, but we would like to see his data because it helps us also, and I'm talking as a European or someone from the abroad, as we like to say. It helps them to say, at this age to this age, these were some of the traits we saw. So that gives us an idea that if we put this through, we know what the outcome will look like. Because now we live in a world where you can determine outcomes. So for all of that to happen, I think we need to start taking our data very seriously. I don't know if people are willing to invest in that. That is another question again to ask. If we want to build talent, you have to be able to track this talent no matter where they are. Somebody must be able to be anywhere in Afghanistan, and you can get on an app and track whatever talent you want to track, and you can see the progress over time. So I think therein lies the dilemma we are in. Question is, are they ready to make that investment into that technology and see that they can mine data for athletes and talents, and you have this data, you can take them anywhere in the world. You have something to say, this is what their progression looks like. It's not much of a media thing per se. It's much of the administrators of the sports. You do not feel, oh, because we're a sport, media must come. You must understand that at the very core of sports is media. If your event is not being covered, you're just having fun. You are no different from somebody who's playing street football somewhere with his friends. You're just having fun. If you understand that as an administrator, now remember, the whole idea of the media is to document your events and your programs and all of the things you're doing. So there's an archive. Remember, you're not going to be there all your life. You're going to leave that seat. Someone else is going to step in. There's something they can work with. They can look at this and say, okay, this was what was done. This is the next level we need to take it into. So the issue is not media as in media. The issue is the owners of the sports. What's their drive? Where is their vision? Where are they headed? What they want to do? And that determines how they need to showcase it. So it's theirs. Media should be at every core of every sport. Not necessarily a football thing. Football is football, and it would always be football. There's some great football tournament that you don't even hear of because it's not covered. So every sport must take its media arm very seriously. Social media is such a powerful platform now that you as a sport needs to look at what makes us unique, what makes us stand out, and start to tell your own story. Tell your own story in your own unique way. You don't need to have some crazy camera, expensive. No, just have a good phone. You understand? Record it creatively. Edit. You can edit on your phone now. There are apps that can help you edit easily. Edit it and start. You don't need to buy social media space. You don't need to buy Instagram. You're not paying for it. You don't need to buy TikTok. You're not paying for it. And right there, start telling your story. We're seeing people who have gone viral and have had inputs, not even from different people, even from people you have no idea of. just because they heard your story, loved your story, and they say, you know what, I want to partner with you on this one. Once you start doing that, you like it or not, mainstream media will actually, okay, we heard something is going on. They want to be part of it also. So it's all down to the sports itself. I'm quite excited. I accepted to come. I think Business Day is onto something. I don't know what it is, but in my spirit, I feel it. That I feel a sense of optimism. Because there's a dark, and everybody was saying, oh, every time Wall is reporting the, negativity, because there's a lot of it. There's just too much of it. Oh, can't we just talk on one positivity? It's nice, but there's 200 negativities. So even if you want to push out it's just hard. I'm very positive. I always look at the cup half full. In fact, I don't look at the cup half full. I look at the fact that there's at least water in the cup to start with. You understand? Half full or not. So I feel very strongly that with what has been kickstarted here, it's the first time Business Day is, having this event. I'm sure some of the speakers who couldn't make it will see the outcome of this and regret that they didn't make it. And they will be the ones calling, when is the next one? This is early year. You can do it twice a year. You can even do it 3 times a year. Business Day, be ready for that. And people will want to be a part of this. And maybe by the time we tend to put our heads together, remember, 2 good heads, not 2 heads. 2 good heads. Always better than 1. By the time we put it together, we know the problem of our sports. We know what the problems are. We just need the testicular fortitude. For those who know, they know. The testicular fortitude to face it head on and deal with it decisively. It's simple. It's really, really simple. As long as we make up our mind that, nobody should be benefiting from the decadence and the despair of the ecosystem called sports. As long as we agree on that and everybody takes it seriously, everybody will enjoy at the end of the day, because we're going to build a thriving ecosystem. And somebody can say in Harvard, let's take a look at Nigeria's sporting system. I mean, this was a system that was generating, $200. But today, it's a $200 billion, system. That's a joy to us. That brings pride to us. And everybody, even our unborn children, will benefit from it.
All right, so what he said is that the government should actually answer, from sports business. There's sports and then there's the business of sports. So the government should actually be actively involved in sports. But the business of sports, he thinks, that the government, should actually, hands off, from it. And being in government for like 6 years now, I also agree that, and that's why I said that the government has no business doing business. But, the responsibility of the government is to ensure that they create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And, I believe so strongly that, when they do this, we'll definitely, reap, better, rewards, from, the engagement, of sports, especially, with, the private, entities. Because, with them, there's more sustainability. With them, there's more, organization. With them, there's more, consistency in the running and the affairs of things. For a government, soldier goes, soldier comes. There's a new government, 4 years today. It could be another government entirely the next 4 years. This one that, left, who was maybe, very interested in sports, now actually the one coming might not, be interested in sports. So all the investment, every investment that has been made actually goes, south, just because of this new person doesn't have interest or feels that, oh, you know what, why are you talking about, sports when we have, agriculture, when we have agribusiness, when we have, commerce and all, not knowing that all these things, there is a place, for each, of these sectors. Okay, and none is subservient over the other. Yeah, so, intentionality. That's, what we really need to do, intentionality. If we want, grassroots sports to actually, grow, what do we need to do? We need to actually, take, sports and then also take the infrastructure of sports to the people. So that they have a platform, that they can actually use to express, their talents. And how can there be, expression of, talent if, you don't have, like a warehouse that actually, holds, these people, together, that actually help them to groom, so that they can actually soar. So I feel that, we, should actually increase in the projects, the PPP project, the private, public partnership, projects, in our various, community. It's not what the government can do alone. So we have to bring in, private investors, private, entrepreneurs who will be able to see, the need, in that system. And, the government will also ensure them the according, security, that will come, with it, that when I put my money in this, this is the security I have. It's not that I put my money, in so-so's, administration, and by the time it comes to Tamedo's administration, my investment, they tell me that it's gone and it's nothing to, so, those are the things, that I think that we should do. We should actually, see it as, a continuum, a business that should actually, continue irrespective of, which, sheriff is in town.
So I think that everywhere in the world, is really the role of government to provide an enabling environment for businesses in all sectors to thrive. But because this event is about sports and the business of it, I think that to a large extent, the Lagos State government has been at the forefront, in facilitating the development of sports in Lagos. You could think of the accelerator program for, sportsmen in grassroots communities, and then some of the initiatives even discussed at the conference. But, there's always room for improvement. And I can tell for a fact that, under the leadership of the Honorable Commissioner, working under the governor, Governor Abajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, I can tell that there's still a lot more, to be done. And I know that there are a number of projects and initiatives in the pipeline to ensure that some of the issues raised here today about the challenges that still exist in how we move sports from just being a recreational activity to now, a business, entity that could, entail a multi-billion investment and all of that are already in the pipeline. And I just think that as we have more of these conversations and we do follow-up strategy sessions on how to implement these things so that they don't just end up as panel discussions or as keynote addresses, I think that it could only get better from here. Okay, so like I mentioned, so there's what is called the Lagos State, Sport Accelerator Program for young people in grassroots communities. And the initiative is domiciled in the Lagos State Sports Commission. And the whole idea is just to see how, to enable sportsmen and, sportswomen, especially those in their prime in secondary school and those who are just approaching tertiary institutions, on how to really understand the business side of sports. And it also provides, an opportunity for key players in the sports business value chain to also come together, ideate and implement the future of sports. So what I mean is that for organizations, who are facilitating programs like the Lagos City Marathon, they were here at the conference and they shared their views. There's room for so many more of them to come in and complement what government is doing. To be honest with you, government will not be able to solve all the problems, but it's up to government, to provide the enabling environment. So, and I know that also beyond that, there's what is called, the Lagos State Sports Academy, for young people, also in grassroots communities, so that, as we look at those who have approached stardom, those who have made it now, we have others who are in the pipeline too, who are also getting trained and, accessing resources and other initiatives that they need to benefit from to also emerge.
The starting point is that it's good to protect your IP.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television. This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics, a segment on the BD show where we explore key developments in both national and international politics. I'm Inyobangiwok. Today on the program, we will be reviewing Monday's April 7th protest by the Take It Back movement. Youth in different states across the country thronged the streets to protest despite warning from the police. The protest, which is part of a nationwide demonstration, was spearheaded by the Take It Back movement and other civil society organizations across the country. They are protesting against the Cyber Crime Act, declaration of a state of emergency rule in Rivers State, and the cost of living in Nigeria, among other issues. The protest was held in Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, and Edo. To get more insight about the protest and what the demand of the organizers are, I'm joined on the program by Juwon Sanwo-Olu, the National Coordinator of Take It Back movement. Good afternoon, Juwon, and welcome to Inside Politics.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thanks for having me. And,
yes, good to have you on the program.
My name is Juwon Sanwo-Olu, not Sanwo-Olu.
Yeah, Sanwo-Olu, sorry. Sanwo-Olu, I mean to say. So we saw the protests across in some states across the country. Could you tell us why did your group decide to take the protest?
Yeah, the protest happened nationwide at across 16 states actually, and as you rightly pointed out, it was a protest over repeal of the Cybercrime Act, and we are calling for the reversal of the illegal emergency rule that had been declared by the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And in a general sense, we are equally calling for good governance. Generally, going by the economic indices of the country, things have gotten far worse than they were even last year.
Yes.
And so these are some of the issues our protest is bringing to the fore.
We saw the warning by the police first that your group should not go ahead with the protest. But then we saw, despite that, even though Lagos was a little bit peaceful, we marched in Ikeja to the State Assembly, and then you're supposed to go inside, but the police could not allow you. But in some states, it was not the same thing. In Port Harcourt, we saw there was the police tear gassed your group, and there was people were running helter-skelter. In Oyo State, the same thing happened. Could you tell us how did the protest go across the state? Was it a success?
I think it's the actions of the police and that of the federal government is disgraceful, and the total embarrassment on a democracy. If we still think we're practicing democracy in Nigeria, it is a peaceful protest is a right under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, their own constitution, and it is clearly stated what the role of the police should be in protest. In protest, the role of the police is not to repress, attack, or advise against protest. It is not the job. The job of the police is to maintain law and order during the course of protest, protect protesters. So that is the role police are meant to play in the middle of protest. They are not even meant to ask protesters where to protest or where not to protest. This would clearly contravene the provisions of the Constitution, which gives rights to peaceful assembly, right to protest, and right to freedom of movement, so to speak. The violence unleashed on protesters, especially in places like Rivers, that actually saw two of our comrades taken to the hospital for treatment. We had a situation in Yobe where four people were arrested. That is in Yobe State. And in Abuja, two other persons were arrested. In addition to the violent crackdown we all saw everywhere. So we're not going to allow the police to get away with this tradition of repression and suppression of the democratic right of Nigerians. As a matter of fact, the protest yesterday is central to our democratic values as a country. So in a situation where we are protesting, in a situation where a protest is organized to call attention of government to the growing repression of free speech and the civic space entirely. The reaction of the police yesterday, so the day before yesterday,
On Monday,
April
yes.
7th, on Monday, justified exactly why we are protesting against the increasing repression of the civic space, and we're going to challenge it.
The protest was just a warning strike, you said, you told me.
Yeah.
Does this, and you did you give this as your group gave the government some time to meet your demands, or what if these demands are not met? What will happen? Is this a warning strike? Does that mean that you said you are coming back with full force?
Yes, that means we're coming back. We're coming back. If the government has more than enough time to address our demands with regards to the repeal of the Cybercrime Act, the reversal of the lawless emergency rule in reverse, the government has ample opportunity, has as much time as now to fix some of these issues, without which we will be back on the street. And this time, remember what we did. Remember last year. Last year we had a warning protest on June 12th. The government thought we were joking. Then we came back August with a 10 days protest. This time around, we are out again in April, and definitely, if the government fails to address our demands as soon as now, then they should expect more protests this time around, and this time around is going to be much more bigger than what we had last year. And I must also inform that we have started mobilizing again. And yes, mobilization has started already, because like I did say earlier, the day before yesterday, April 7 was a warning action, and we are prepared to go back to the streets anytime soon.
But the federal government has said your group did not dialogue with them enough. That protest shouldn't be the last resort. Should be like the last resort. It shouldn't be something dialogue with government and see if we can resolve issues rather than going on protest. Did your group try to dialogue with the federal government to see how some of your demands could be meet with National Assembly members to see how some of these demands could be addressed?
Who did the government dialogue with before they imposed the Cybercrime Act 2024? Who did the government dialogue with before they imposed emergency rule in Rivers State? It did it because it thinks it could do it and it can get away with it. We don't need a dialogue. The same way he imposed this lawless act, the lawless military rule, in the same vein, he should reverse it.
Okay, some of your members were not arrested in Rivers State, because I saw somewhere said 1 or 2 members were arrested. Have you, your state, what happened? Are you in touch with them?
Yes, I'm in touch with them. No one was arrested in Rivers State, but they were violently repressed to the extent that 2 of them ended up in the hospital. Okay,
some people said the protest turnout was poor. Does that mean your group did not mobilize, or the information was not there for the public? Or was it? I know some civil society also joined.
They said the same thing too when we did June 12th. Look at how we came back August last year. The truth of the matter, like I said earlier, this is a warning action. The government is at liberty to dare the Nigerian people. The same way they dared the Nigerian people June 12th last year, and the Nigerian people proved them wrong in the month of August last year with a 10-day nationwide protest. So the government is at liberty to dare the Nigerian people again. and take them for granted, because that's obviously their stock in trade. They've always taken the Nigerian people for granted, imposed many neoliberal policies on the people of Nigeria because they think that we can't do anything. It is the policies, anti-people policies they've imposed on the people of Nigeria is the reason today over 120 million Nigerians are living far below the poverty line. Our elected, so it's it's the government is, like I said, the government is at liberty to take the Nigerian people for granted until when we come out again and say enough is enough.
No, I asked that question on the basis of the fact that we've seen protests in the past in Nigeria that attract a lot of people. Look at the 2012 protest against fuel subsidy removal during the Jonathan administration. We saw how Ojota was packed. But these days, we see protests, 3 or 4 people. I mean, the crowd is not there, it's not just like we used to see in the past. What do you think is responsible?
Before you had Occupy Nigeria 2012,
yes,
there were top protests in places like Kano, Lagos, and Abuja before the street eventually became paralyzed a few days after. In 2020, before we had NSAS, the massive NSAS protests in 2020, we've had series of other protests on SARS in 2017, 2019, which in fact 2019 there was justice. The NSAS protest was about justice for Kolade and justice for Tina, and then in 2020 we had October 1 protest. Before we then got to, that's October 1, 2020.
Yes.
Just barely 4 days after, we had a nationwide NSAS protest that shut down the country, and our organization was there for all of it in terms of mobilization, organizing nationwide and in the diaspora. The same thing happened in 2024. June, we had a warning action, and then we were taken for granted. The Nigerian people trooped out en masse in August for 10 days of wage. So, like I said earlier, the government is at liberty to keep daring the Nigerian people, but by the time the cup will be full, I'm sure they would. Like I said, let them keep daring the people of Nigeria, and just the way the Nigerian people have spoken to them the language they understand. Soon, it's going to repeat itself again this year.
What is your view? A lot of Nigerians say during the Jonathan administration, we see a lot of civil society who are active, talking about governance, failure of governance. But in these days, we don't seem to see, there are few civil society talking, and for them have remained docile. What's your take on what is happening?
Yeah. You said, can you please repeat yourself?
Sorry, I remember speaking to the late Hinka Odumaki just before he died. I asked him, some months before he died, I asked him, what is wrong with civil society in Nigeria? During the military era, during the Jonathan administration, we saw how active civil society were, vocal about government policies, criticizing and also offering the way out. But these days, we don't seem to see much of civil society talking. A lot of them have remained docile. What is responsible? What do you think is responsible? Apart from the Take It Back movement, maybe one other.
So let me tell you what the government of Tinubu has successfully done. Right? What's the end goal of government Tinubu? Government Tinubu wants to create an authoritarian state. They want to create a one-party state, and everything he has done points to that fact. Number one, the APC is hijacking political parties, right, in the country. That's number one. Number two is that they are taking over many civil society organizations the same way they're doing with the trade unions, and they've done with the student movement. And then, in addition, they are imposing an atmosphere of fear on especially on civil society. For instance, my organization last year, our bank account was frozen. Till now, still the account of my organization is still frozen. They intimidated SERAP. They are intimidating almost every organization. So I was speaking with you, for instance. The government got a lawless, ridiculous court injunction to restrict my movement. And they did that to not just so other different other leaders of our organization. So look at how they attacked the NLC last year, invading a secretariat and harassing people, secretariat workers. So this is the kind of government you have. The fact is that the Tinubu government does not want opposition voices. He also look at how he's been going after journalists.
Yes.
Like Bayo Shoyombo and many others. Look at the case of Dele Farotimi. Look at the case of Omoyele Shuwere. Look at the case of several other social media users, especially those on TikTok and Twitter. So what the government is trying to create the government of Tinubu is trying to mold an authoritarian state.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Juwon Sonyaolu. He's the national coordinator of Take It Back movement. Thanks for joining us on the program and giving us insight on Monday's protest.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. We're back after the break to get more insight on the crisis in Labour Party. Stay tuned on the program.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I still watching Inside Politics on bdtv. I'm still your host, Inyobongi Walk. Today, on this segment of the program, we are exploring the Labour Party crisis and what lies ahead for the party ahead of 2027 general election. The leadership crisis rocking the Labour Party appears not to be ending soon. This is after Julius Abure-led faction insisted that he remains the party's national chairman, despite the Friday Supreme Court ruling. In the judgment, the Supreme Court set aside the judgment of the Court of Appeal in Abuja, which recognizes Abure as the national chairman of the Labour Party. In an unanimous judgment, a 5-man panel of the Appeal Court rules that the Court of Appeal lacked the jurisdiction to pronounce Abure as the national chairman of the LP. The court ruled that issues of leadership are internal affairs of a political party over which courts lack jurisdiction, and noted that Abure's tenure had since expired. Today, the camp led by Peter Obi and Abure have called for stakeholders meeting in Abuja and are discussing the future of the party. To understand this better, I am joined on the program today by Temitope Musowo, public policy expert and political analyst from University of Ibadan. Good afternoon, Tope. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
The LP has been in crisis since after the 2020 general election. What is your assessment of what is happening in the party?
Well, it is expected with the popularity of the party and the near victory outing of the party in the 2023 general election. You can be sure that it is not the Labour Party alone that is bedeviled with this political crisis. Even the ruling party is emerged in similar crisis, and it's expected of any political party that is popular for that matter.
But you will say, of course, what we say that any party will have a crisis, would be in crisis. But this LP crisis seems not to be unending, and it appears some people are hell-bent on pulling the party down, or they are benefiting from this crisis, or they don't want this crisis resolved. Do you agree? What is your opinion on that? Some people don't want this crisis to end.
Well, yes. I think why it's like that is because as it stands today, the only formidable opposition party in Nigeria is the Labour Party, and it's a party to beat. Don't forget that Nigerians have been yearning for a credible alternative to the ruling party and the PDP, and the Labour Party seems to be that credible alternative, and that is why this crisis you are seeing in Labour Party, it's about 2027. You discover that this started shortly after the 2023 general election, where Labour parties got over 6-point-something million votes. So you can be sure that it's about the battle for 2027. So it is expected. It's just about the Labour Party putting its house in order and managing these crises to be able to be the party to be the party to beat, just as it has been after the 2023 election.
We saw the ruling last Friday by the Supreme Court, who says that the Abure tenure has long expired, and that the party should go it is the party that should decide who leader should be. One will have thought that Abure and their camp and the Peter Obi camp will have find a way to settle this issue amicably, and just for the future of the party and for the members. Especially the fact that 2027 is not far from here. But shortly after that, the Abure camp issued a statement that the judgment did not say that they are no more in charge, that they still remain in charge. Abure still remain the national chairman, and they call a separate meeting today in Abuja. The Peter Obi faction and the Abia State Governor Oti's faction are meeting today also. What are you surprised that Abure is still insisting that head bent on becoming the national chairman of the party, rather than finding a way to resolve these issues?
Okay, let me respond to this by starting with a disclaimer that I have not really read or have not seen the CTC copy of that Supreme Court judgment. Neither am I a lawyer, but let's put this in perspective. Julius Abure as the national chairman of the Labour Party. His tenure expired in April 2023. Then the National Executive Council of the Labour Party decided to extend his tenure till June 2025. Then, after which the INEC stopped to recognize him as the national chairman of the party. Then there was a convention purportedly held by the Abure faction of the Labour Party, where he emerged as a leader, and this convention seems not to be recognized by INEC
by the
as
Peter
well.
Obi faction.
Is that?
Yeah, the convention was disputed by the Peter Obi faction. They said it was not all inclusive. Yes.
Even the INEC did not recognize the convention. They did not recognize the emergence of Julius Abure as the national chairman from that convention. And that was the basis of him going to court, testing that in court, where the Federal High Court's ruled in his favor that he should be recognized as the chairman of the party. Then appeal court as well. But the latest judgment by the apex court in the land, the Supreme Court, which set aside that particular judgment on the fact that it is the business of the political party to decide about their leadership.
Yes.
My own interpretation of that is that ruling has set aside, has put an end to the tenure of Julius Abure as the national chairman of the party. But going forward, how the party now manages, I'm aware that the Julius Abure faction of the Labour Party is still holding claim to the leadership of the party. Going by the last convention, their own interpretation is that now that that Supreme Court has said they should go back and follow the constitution of the party has the right to decide who is their leader, to decide about the leadership of the party. That means the convention they had still hold. That is their own interpretation. And supposedly, a NEC meeting was held on Monday by the Julius Abure faction, which also upheld that particular convention, why the Nadi Usman caretaker committee is supposed to have another convention today where they are going to decide about the leadership of the party. So, it's a crisis with no end in sight.
Yeah, do you see the hand of, because we do see the hand of external influence in all these crises? We looking at what some insinuations in some quarters, even Atiku El-Rufai said it that the ruling party is trying to bring trouble into the opposition parties in the country. Do you agree that you see internal influence is what's happening in the Labour Party?
Well,
outsiders
we cannot
we
cannot totally divorce what is happening in the Labour Party from the influence of the of external forces, because every opposition party, a formidable one at that, like the Labour Party, is a government in waiting, while the ruling party is a government in power. So with what the momentum and the movement at the level of victory the Labour Party was able to garner in 2023, the number of votes the Labour Party was able to garner in 2023 general election, it's actually certain that the fear of Labour Party come 2027 is going to be the beginning of wisdom. So definitely the ruling party, it's actually going to be on its toes to ensure that these people do not have the party together to come up as a as a formidable platform, and also as a united front to confront the ruling party or any other party at that in 2027 election. So one cannot absolutely divorce this from the external influence, just like has been insinuated in some quarters.
Oh, with the way the crisis is going now, what do you see? I know you are not but what do you see? Do you see the party being strong enough for 2027 to challenge to challenge the APC, or to be that formidable opposition that they were in 2023, with the way the crisis have actually divided the party so far?
I think what I'm going to say is that it is time for the party, all the political gladiators in the party, to close their rank and look inward, settle their differences, and come up strong out of this.
Yes.
One party, there is no party, any strong party at that has not gone through this. So it's normal in any political party, especially when it comes to issue of power, because politics is about interest. So the fact that it's a political party does not mean there are no different interests within the party. So this is normal. But the ability of the party to come out strong from all of this is exactly what is expected.
Internal mechanism to resolve
what is
issues.
going to make a difference. Yeah, so they should be able to resolve their crisis, because as it stands, what the Labour Party failed to realize, and I mean the Abure fashion, although the presidential candidate of Labour Party in 2023 general election, who is Peter Obi, has not really spoken to the Supreme Court judgment, but reading from his mood, we all know where he belongs. So what I'm going to say is that it's actually, the Labour Party has been in existence for over 15 years. And not much has been heard about that party until they gave the presidential ticket to Peter Obi as the flag bearer of that party in 2023 general election. And that tells you about the fact that the popularity the Labour Party is enjoying today is attached to the personality of Labour Party and probably the influence of the obedient movement, the movement which is actually built around Peter Obi as the candidate of the party. What really Abure fashion of the party should be wary of, it's that momentum dying down and the movement that has made the party to be this popular not to actually go down or move away from the party.
What is your take
Next,
on
the party
what is your take
what
on
it used to
plan
be
by
before the
the
emergence of Peter Obi as a presidential candidate?
Yes, what is your take on plan by the opposition leaders to form a coalition ahead of 2027?
What? About the issue of coalition, if you remember, if you look through the window of history, you discover that even the APC wrestled power from the PDP, who until 2015 had been in power for 16 years. You know, it took a merger of different political parties, about 4 of them at that, to be able to wrestle power. So it's not a bad idea. The merger or alliance of different opposition parties coming together to wrestle power from the but if this power is about power grab, if this merger or alliance is about power grab, I don't think it's good enough if it is not in the interest of the country. Because the ruling party actually promised when they were coming together that they were going to give us a new lease of life when they were taking over power from the PDP in 2015. But as Nigerians, we've not really seen that that change they promised us. So if the merger is actually going to be in the interest of Nigerians, why not? But if it's about power grab, just like the APC achieved, I don't think it's something that is desirable enough.
Thank you very much. I wish I had more time to speak with you on the program today. Thanks for your insight, Mr. Muso. I think I can call you, congratulate you for your PhD now. It's almost there now. I can call you a doctor now.
Very soon.
Congratulations. Thanks for joining us on Inside Politics.
Yeah.
Yes. This is all we can take for today for the program on Inside Politics on BDTV. Join us next week, same time. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.